I'm done. Oh, I'm sorry. I just died. I can't breathe. Steve, I swear to you, I haven't laughed that hard in like 10 years.
How's everybody doing now?
Oh,
Armageddon.
no.
Armageddon. This is gonna be rough.
You were born in America, you're an American.
That's fact.
Just right after high school, ended up joining the Army.
You guys seem way more chill than that intro. I'm ready to take your fucking country back. I don't even live there.
Dude, we should get a boxing match going.
Smack the shit out.
That sounded wrong. I had to highlight that one. Oh, my Lord.
Stay the hell out of the left lane if you're not passing.
You're so salty about this driver.
You don't have to have a massive channel to make an impact, you know.
I've learned a very important lesson.
Fuck, do I drop the wheelchair jokes? He's like, just fuck him.
You know, that's what the whole freedom of speech is.
That's a good point.
Then this old lady walks in with like a walker, and I look at him, he goes, oh yeah, you're fucked.
You don't have to agree with it. Absolutely not. But you best defend their right to do it.
Again.
This is a little horny bastard. He ruined it for everybody.
I bet he wanted to knock him out.
I don't like certain individuals. It's never because of their race, identity, religion, or
Teach these government nerds that all swear an oath to it what our freedoms are, because they're so lazy they don't care.
I had a fun night. I haven't laughed that hard in a long time.
You know, don't live on the past or take the present for granted and only think about the future.
People are wearing blinders. They don't understand what.
never attack or insult the other side of the debate. I'm not going to apologize for that.
You were calling him an idiot.
I'm really disappointed in you.
Something that you just didn't agree on.
I had all my money on you tonight.
I'm guilty of inciting my constitutional right.
You know, if they don't like it, then they don't have to be there. Love y'all. See y'all on the next one.
You know, you're never going to please everyone.
I don't think that God sees different races at all.
Much love to y'all. Stay prayed up, man. God is good. Love each other and be kind.
Much love, much aloha, and most importantly, God bless.
Out of here.
Out of here. No, wait, we just got here. What's up, everybody? Aloha.
What's going
Guys,
down?
Hey, we got DMA, Denver Metro Audits. What's up, brother?
What's up?
Good to be on
Stand up.
panel.
Having
with
me
you,
on
man.
here, man. I was just pulling up the live stream on my phone too, so I can see it on here. Yeah, dude, I actually never seen your intro before, and I didn't know you had Flex Your Freedoms up here, man. So shout out to my homeboy Flex Your Freedoms, dude.
Yeah, Flex is cool as shit, man.
Hilarious.
Super cool.
He's really about it. So big fan of him too.
Yep. Yeah, I was gonna say you and Flex. I've been watching for a couple of years now, and Accountability for All, and yeah.
Yeah, do you know that actually Flex Your Freedoms, he was actually started out in Colorado, and then he moved to Iowa, and he actually has some videos of Sheridan. Like, if you guys know, if anyone that's following the Sheridan stuff, that he actually got patted down, illegally patted down in the parking lot of the Sheridan Police Department by Lieutenant Mitchell. And I remember seeing that video because I already knew who he was and stuff, and I subscribed to him, and I started watching some of his older videos, and I was like, oh shit, that he had been over there at Sheridan, dude, and got patted down by Lieutenant Mitchell. So I don't know if those are still up. I think he was saying he's gonna put those back up or something because he took a lot of his videos down. So, but can't wait for the Flex Your Freedoms DMA collab, which will be coming eventually. I don't know when, but it's for sure happening. I was telling him he's going to be grandma and I'll be like great grandma or something like that, dude. It'd be hilarious.
Sweet. Yeah. Just hanging out with him on panel. I mean, he's like super humble.
Yeah.
Just a really great guy.
Mhm.
Really great guy.
Yeah, he is. Yeah. Like what I like about him too, is he's funny, but he's the funniest auditor, I think. And, but he's not just funny. Like, if he really needs to be about it, dude, he is, man. He's not no punk. That's what I like about him, is like, he's cool, but then like, if he has to, he's not backing down. And like, and another thing too, like a lot of his stuff that he does is I feel like diffuses from his comedy, like diffuses the whole thing, right? Like I was like, dude, normally they'd be calling the police on you or something like right away, but because you're being so funny and like ridiculous that they're just kind of like he like diffuses or like he like de-escalates it with his ridiculousness, right? That's what I feel like.
Yep, exactly. I think he said it. I think it was this last video, like yesterday or the day before, but because a lot of videos I watch, I don't really watch. I listen because I'm working most of the time, but I remember him saying something like it was explaining to somebody, but he was like, yeah, I go about it in like a comedic way because, you know, then the cops will remember because, you know, it's a funny, you know, it's a comedy way, but then the cops remember like next time that what happened, like they think of me and go, oh, maybe I am violating their rights, you know?
Yeah.
Then,
yeah, it's a good way to think about it. And then in your thing too, dude, I was just literally just thinking about this. It's like funny. It's like the law of attraction. Because in your intro, you're like, if you're driving in the slow in the left lane, get the hell out of here or something. And I was thinking like, dude, because I saw some meme, it was like years ago, and it was like, finally a law that I can get behind. If you're driving slow in the left lane, it's punishable by death. I was like, yeah, fuck yeah, dude. I hate that, dude. Because I'd like to drive fast, man. And like sometimes, a lot of times I drive with a sense of urgency. Like I got shit. I'm always like last minute stuff. Like today when I was trying to rush to get up here, you know what I mean? And so like I like on a schedule, I got to get places. So if you're driving like below the speed limit in the left lane, like no one can pass you, like that's there. I actually saw this guy with this bumper sticker. It was so perfect. I want to get one. It says, if I pass you in the right lane, you're an idiot. I want to get that bumper sticker and put it on my
I have a similar one. The one mine says is if you're driving in the right lane and I passed you, you're doing it wrong. But the idiot one's better.
Yeah.
But you know what though? You would hate Hawaii because one, it's not even a law that driving in the left lane, and two, nobody knows what that's a thing. They're like, well, what do you mean the left lane? It's like, what do you mean? What do I mean? It's like you're boxing everybody in. Nobody can. And then they still say shit like, well, they can go around me. How the hell are we supposed to go around you?
I'm saying if I'm trying to get away from somebody or like get home, I need left lane, bro, open.
Yeah, exactly.
Pay attention to
Wahoo. Pay attention to Wahoo.
Exactly.
They don't teach like I think they used to teach that like when our parents were kids, they used to like in high school they had driver's ed and they teach them stuff like this. I think I don't know, but I'm assuming that's the kind of stuff they teach them. And like nowadays, no one has to do driver's ed. You just kind of drive with your parents teach you, and then you go and just take your test. But like there's lots of stuff too that people don't understand. Like they don't understand the left lane thing. And then another thing they don't understand is the zipper merge. And this drives me crazy because I see these, so you know, when the lanes like close and you can see, you know, ways up that it's closed and it says get over, everyone gets over like a mile down the road and this whole lane is being unused. And so I'm like, well, you're supposed to utilize both lanes because that's the most efficient way. So I go all the way up to the front because that's what you're supposed to do. And it's a zipper merge. And then at the very end, you know, one person gets in, the other person gets in. And that way you can utilize both lanes all the way to the end. But people are like, oh, you're cheating. You're like cutting in front of the line, and they get all pissed off and it's road rage. No one lets you in. And like I saw this meme on Facebook or something, and it was like, oh, if I see you trying to merge last minute, I'm not letting you in because you saw that sign a mile back like I did. I'm like, dude, if you literally look like you can look up like YouTube videos on it, it's like I've seen a cop actually do a public service announcement on it. Like you're supposed to utilize both lanes all the way. And so actually it's because people are sheep. And like I kind of like it because people are sheep and they think you need to line up, you know, a mile back. And so that's like, cool. I just get to go up to the front then. But like I've had people like get pissed off, even though that's the law. Like you're supposed to zipper merge that way.
That's what Dubs just said. It's a zipper, the zipper lane, because it's every other car, and that's how a zipper works. And then
and people get pissed. Like this one guy in this truck got pissed off and was driving on the shoulder to like get in front of me and slam on his brakes. And then I had this one. I actually have a short of it where this cop, I pulled up in the other lane. I tried to get over. No one would let me over. And so I got into the lane, and then the cop's trying to wave me down, and he waves me down. And I was like, roll the window. I was like, what's up? And he's like, hey man, can you slow down? And I was like, slow down. I was like, I wasn't even driving fast, man. I like, just no one would let me in because I was trying to zipper merge here. And he's like, I saw you get it going from this lane into this lane and go over. Cause I was in the lane that was clogged up, and I went over. I was like, screw this. I went over to the other lane, went up to the front of the line. Like you're supposed to. people should be doing anyways. I was like, well, was that illegal? And he was like, didn't know what to do. And I was like, yeah, it's not illegal, man. I was like, leave me alone. And I rolled my window up and I took off. He was like, excuse me. It was pretty funny, short, dude. But like, what? I mean, he couldn't do anything. You couldn't really leave his post over something stupid like that, anyways. But he just wanted to like punk me. It was like even the cop didn't know the law, dude. Like, yeah, so what if I got over in that lane and then came over? Like, that's what people are supposed to do. See how people are lined up a half mile down the road? Like, that's not the way you're supposed to merge.
Right. Exactly. Exactly.
People don't know how to drive at all, especially in Detroit. It's like
See,
pothole, traffic jam.
Yeah. But you know what, Dave? I said that my whole life until I moved here, and now I kind of miss driving in Detroit.
You miss potholes? I
There
hit
you
every
go,
one,
Wahoo
bro.
Rooter. This is a small island. He's been here since '86. Damn, I was only 10 years old in '86. Even there was only one short freeway. If you're, I should highlight it. If you're that much of a hurry to get somewhere, maybe you shouldn't be here. No, but come on, Wahoo Rooter. If people stayed out of the left lane, then people would be able to pass people and it wouldn't be so congested. Right.
Well, the thing is too, is like you time something, right? Like for like guys like me and Steve and Dave, like we're busy people and most people are busy people. And so I'm not trying to time my stuff to where I can like be there 15 minutes early. Like I want to time my stuff. The more productive I can be, the better. Right. So if it takes me 15 minutes to get someplace, but now it's going to take me 20 because you're driving, below the speed limit in the fast lane, like that's not cool to do either. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you're impeding traffic.
I think everybody's stoned most of the time when I'm driving. It's like they're so slow. I think they're all high.
Right.
That's my latest thing. Is like, I'm like, are you guys all stoned? You're going 30 and a 40. What the hell is going on?
I think that's all the sheeple in the world. They're not actually high, but their brain works like they're high. So you know what I mean? So because I don't smoke, but if I do smoke, I feel like the dumbest person in the world. And I think that's how people are normally. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Like I noticed that like when I actually am high, I'm actually a better driver, dude. Like, because it does slow me down. Like, and I'll be driving the speed limit and I'm like, oh wait, I like think I'm speeding, dude. I'm like, oh, I need to slow down. And then I like realize, oh, I'm going like exactly the speed, or I'll go lower, like 500. But like another thing too is that people need to understand is because a lot of times people will think, well, I'm going 10 under the speed limit, so I'm driving safer. But you're not driving safer, because here's how speed limits are even a lot of engineers, how they create the speed limit is they don't post a speed limit at all. And they just measure the speed that people are going organically. And then they average out that speed, and that's what they make the speed limit. So that's why I say the speed limits aren't even needed, because that's how they're created, by just seeing what everyone goes anyways. And people are going to speed whether there's a speed limit or not, that's not deterring them, right? So the reason why they do it that way is because if everyone's going roughly the same speed, that's what makes the road safe. It's not the actual speed limit, because there's certain speed roads where the speed limit is 35. And I'm like, dude, the speed limit could be 45, 50 easy on this road. And the reason it's 35 is because that's just the speed that most everyone just goes organically. So if the speed limit's 45 and that's what everyone else is going, and you're going 35, you're making the road less safe. So if you're going 55, it's making it less safe. And if you're going 35, it's making it less safe. So you should go close to the speed limit at least.
Dude, that's crazy, because there's parts of the highway out here that the speed limit is 45. And it blows my mind, because I'm like, how can it be a highway if the speed limit is 45?
Well, there's a lot of highways that are like here in Colorado that are speed limits like 45 or whatever too. Like I would just think it's a regular street. Like it's got traffic lights and all that stuff, but it's technically considered a highway. They even have sidewalks and everything.
Well, why do you think they call it highway? I told you, everyone's high.
Yeah, see, and it depends on where you're from, because I think in California they call it freeways, because my mom, she always called it a freeway, and she's from California. But out here they call it a highway. So,
well, that's different. It's like soda and pop.
Yeah, because I always called it pop, but then now I call it soda, because when I was a kid we called it pop, but then I switched to soda. But
Yeah, well, me too. I was in Michigan. It was always pop, and then I moved here and started saying pop, and people are like, "Popsicles?" I'm
Yeah.
like, soda, what? And then I just got used to saying soda. But
Yeah, they don't know what the hell you're talking about.
mm,
You say pop here, it could be grandpa. You never know.
yep, pop. Yep. But yeah, shout out to everyone in chat, and shoot DMA for anyone that's here that doesn't know anything about you. Want to tell them, because I know you got 2 channels. You want to tell them who you are and what
Sure.
your channels are about?
Yeah, right on, dude. I actually have more than 2. I have like several channels, but my name is Denver Metro Audits, and I'm a civil liberties activist, and I do cop watching or First Amendment audits. It's called employee conduct checks, whatever you want to call it. So I've been doing that for almost 3 years now, and that's the main thing that I do. So I know a lot of your audience is into that stuff. I mean, there's a lot of people in your chat that I recognize. So, but I have a backup channel too. It's called Keeping Them Honest. It's kind of the same thing, but I do a little bit more like street interviews and stuff like that on that one. And then I have a spiritual channel. It's called Empirical Miracle, and all this stuff's linked into the main channel of my DMA channel. But we talk about spirituality, past lives, twin flames, soulmates, law of attraction, traditional Zen spiritualism, a lot of stuff like that. And then I have 2 prank call channels. One DMA FA pranks with AFA, which that one's kind of dead, but I have a new one. But there's still a lot of funny pranks on there if you want to check them out. And then I have a new one with F in Reality, DMF and A pranks. And so we actually have a bunch of videos that we're still going to be dropping on that one currently, because I got a bunch to edit, and so does he. And then we got, let's see what else I have. I got, that's pretty much it. I have a couple other channels. They're not really in use, but that's pretty much me. That's how I met Steve, is through the activism stuff, because he's a big fan of that stuff too.
Yeah, and I always liked you even from that. But then once I found your Empirical Miracle, I was like, dude, man, me and this guy got a lot in common, man. Because I live my life a lot of those ways that, you know, the law of attraction, and just it's always your attitude and how you look at things.
Yeah, and a lot of people don't realize it because most people, you're born with spiritual amnesia. And so what happens is, you know, you're just living your life and you're attracting everything into your life by default. You don't even realize you're doing it. And this is not magic, it's science. Okay. And so like physicists and scientists, they're all saying that this is an immutable law of the universe, guys. This is how the universe works. And the elites, like the 4th branch of government, the Rothschilds, the Rockefellers, right? All these people, the presidents, they understand the law of attraction, that it's a real thing. It's not magic. So if you take your cell phone and you go back to 1776, that during the founding of this country with this, right? And you start showing it to people, a lot of people are going to be like, oh, he's a witch or a wizard, burn him or something, right? And they're going to, you know, ostracize you. But then if you take the same cell phone and you show it to Ben Franklin, you guys know who he is, right? He's a scientist, and he's a founder of this country. He's going to say, guys, this is not magic. This is just a piece of technology that we're not aware of, right? So that's how you have to look at it. And it's really just like a play. So like when you wake up from a dream, you're like, oh my God, that was so real. I was so crazy, this dream. You're obsessed over this dream. But then you're like, oh, it wasn't real though, right? It's just a dream. That's really what it's going to be like, in my opinion, when you die. You're going to be like, oh my God, I was taking that life on earth so seriously, but it was just a dream, right? It was just a play. Like, it's really just a play that like you're creating, like you are the actor, you're the director, and you're the screenwriter of your own play. And like you literally create everything that you have, whether you realize it or not, by default, because you don't even realize. But once you become conscious of your power, that you can literally create and manifest your own reality, that's when the limit, there's no limit. Like before you're awakened to your power to manifest, the sky's the limit. Before you awaken to your power to be able to manifest, the limit is the sky. But once you realize that you have all the power to manifest and create your reality, the sky is the limit. So yeah, it's crazy, man. Like there's lots of teachers, spiritual teachers that I listen to, like Dolores Cannon. she's a huge one that I just found out about. She's actually a psychologist, and she ended up doing past life regressions, and that's how she learned all of this stuff. And actually, it's on my agenda. Maybe tomorrow I'll have time to call someone. I want to do a past life regression myself. But yeah, dude, it's pretty interesting stuff, man. And like the main thing that I've learned to benefit your life, there's one thing that I could teach you from the Spiritual Miracle channel or on here, is to be present. And like meditation is the best thing because you're really becoming your soul. So like you're a 3-part triune being, right? Your body, mind, and soul. But you're not your body or your mind. Those are just things that you possess, right? I think even anyone would agree with that. Like if you're a Christian or whatever religion you are, you realize you're not your body or your mind. You're really just your soul. And so what your soul is just pure consciousness. It's singularity. Your body and your mind is duality, right? Like to think, to understand is to the mind, but to be is to the soul. So when you're meditating and you're just not focusing on any thoughts and you're just being in the present moment the whole time in this deep state of meditation, you're singularity. You're just being conscious with your soul. And so if you can be conscious throughout the day, because your mind just like wants to take over, right? And it wants to be thinking about like, oh, what the dentist appointment you got next week, or like something happened 10 years ago, or like it's just constantly thinking, like it just never shuts off. And it's not good or bad. That's just what it is. It's the mind does, right? And the mind's great. It's not good or bad. The mind's capable of, doing a panel or doing a First Amendment audit or building a house or wiring a house or whatever, right? But it always wants to stay in control. And you just got to remember that, like, that's not who you are. Like, I am not an electrician or a First Amendment auditor or a brother, or I'm not none of these things. That's just my ego. What I really am at the core level is just a soul, pure consciousness. So throughout the day, if you're awake for 16 hours a day, you should try to be present for 16 hours a day. So just shift the focus of your attention to the present. And you can't do it all the time. You got to be thinking sometimes, but like I noticed myself doing it, just be thinking constantly. And I'm like, oh man, I need to stop thinking. Like if you're driving, you're talking about driving, that's a good time to be present. Just notice like your hand on the wheel and like the lines, and just be in the present moment instead of, people say, oh, you drive 30 minutes and you don't even remember your trip. That's just because your mind's going crazy and you're just thinking about all the stupid stuff that don't even matter. 99% of your thoughts are useless, right? Like they don't benefit you at all. Instead of wasting your time doing that, just be focused on the present. And like your dogs are present, right? Like if you go to, I saw this meme. If you go to the park with a dog, there's this meme where there's a guy sitting on the bench at the park with his dog. And like, there's like that bubble thing, this going out of his head, showing you what you're thinking about. Right. And like the guy was sitting there with his dog and he was thinking about like doctor's appointment, phone bill, like all this stuff that he's got to do. Right. That's what he was thinking about. And then there was a picture with the dog, with the same bubble coming out his mind. And what was in the dog's bubble was just a picture of him and his owner sitting at the park bench. Right.
Yep.
In the moment. Right. Like just try to do that. If you do that, your life will just take off, man. Like when I first started realizing this stuff, it was about 3 years ago. And I did it for a while, a few months. And I just had this inclination that I'm not doing anything. I'm not going back to be an electrician. I'm going to start this DMA channel thing. It was like a career shift and I just went for it. That's how the DMA channel got started, was literally just from being present. It started from my spirituality. And then, very love and light. And, if you watch like the very early videos, they're kind of passive and like more love and light type of audits. And then like, as I've gained confidence, I've been maybe more direct D style or something, but like, I'm trying to get back to that, more Zen style. I think it's better, but at the same time, it's not really aggressive. It's more like when you get comfortable, and more confident, it's called, being assertive and setting healthy boundaries. And I think that's important too, because some of those audits that I was watching, like Direct D literally just did a showcase yesterday. And some of them I'm like, dude, I was kind of like a little too passive. Like, it's okay. Just because you're a spiritual badass doesn't mean that you have to be a pushover, right? And just accept people, putting their hands on you and stuff like that. Like it's okay to be assertive and to set a healthy boundary too.
Yeah, dude, that's so crazy. Everything you were just saying about all that, that's how I've been. Because I'm like, I suck at explaining shit. So when I try to explain stuff, it's just like mumble mouth. Like, what the hell is he talking about?
Mm-hmm.
But everything you just said is how I've been living my life for the last couple of years. And it does, man. It works, because when you're just thinking about all this shit, you're just, for what? nothing's changing, nothing's happening. Like it's still, you know what I mean? You're still in the moment you're in. So thinking about that isn't changing that at that moment. But I do
like
that
the
so much when
opposite
I'm
of faith.
driving.
Basically, it's like it's the whatever the opposite of faith is. Like if you have faith that you're gonna make it and you put the work in and you try hard enough, you will eventually make it. If you believe you'll make it. But if you believe you fail, you will fail. Absolutely.
It really comes down to that. Yeah, it comes down to the belief in it, because your thoughts are a reflection of your beliefs, right? Your thoughts, what you think about over and over and over again, eventually becomes a belief. And then your belief becomes your reality. So that's how it starts. That's why people say, think it into existence. Well, there's ways to think things into existence. I was having this conversation, I think it was a torque auditor is who it was. And she was up and we were talking and she's like, yeah, but I tried that law of attraction stuff. It doesn't work. So I was saying, write stuff down every day, write it down and read it every day. And which I need to start doing actually again. And I was like, well, yeah, but what were you asking for? And she's like, oh, I was asking for a new car. It just never happened. And I said, well, how did you write it down? And what did you say? And she said that I want a new car. I was like, well, that's your problem right there. Because see, the universe doesn't understand want or like, I don't want, right? It only knows what you're thinking about. So if you're thinking about, hey, I want a new car, the universe has no choice but to give you what you're thinking about. Okay, your wish is my command. Here's some more evidence to support that you want a car, right? So I'm going to give you exactly what you want. You want a car. Here's more of it. So you have to act like it's already, you already have it. So instead of writing down, I want a new car, write, I'm so grateful now that I own a 2024 Nissan GTR, right? Or whatever it is that you want, or be more realistic if you want to start small, like you want to manifest, $1 million tomorrow, but I have a 2024 Honda Civic fully loaded. Like, I'm so grateful for that, and write that down. It's a realistic goal. Instead of saying I want the car, it's not going to work that way. So it has to be present tense.
And how she said, I tried that, it doesn't work. Well, that goes back to that saying, if you say you can or you can't, either way, you're right. Yeah. If you say it doesn't work, then guess what? It doesn't work.
Bro, I like this one.
I've been thinking my new truck is a piece of shit. And it's a piece but that's so true, man. People like just constantly think negative shit constantly happens.
Well, people say, oh, it doesn't work for me. It doesn't work for me. You'd be surprised, people, of how many people, okay, they start out right here. And they're manifesting and they're manifesting and they're manifesting so long and they're manifesting. And then they're like, you know what? This shit don't work, man. This is some bullshit. And they give up. But dude, if you would just keep going, look how close you were. And then you give up and you got to start over now. Like, people need to understand that it's persistence. Like I didn't just end up with 184,000 subscribers, dude. Like, well, because I just started dropped, a few videos and, oh, this ain't working. Dude, it took me 3 years to build this up. You know what I mean? You have to be persistent and you have to believe that you can do it. So if you're not seeing results right away, it's like people, you ever seen that commercial where that guy takes like one lap around the gym, he weighs himself, and then he takes one lap around the gym and he stands on the scale and it's the same, and he's like hitting the scale like it's broken, right? Like you're not going to lose weight from taking one little lap. Like it takes a while, guys. It's not going to.
Or like that meme where the guy's like digging through the tunnel and then he just gives up, but then like 2 more inches is like all this diamonds and money and shit. It's like, dude, you were right there, man.
You got to have faith.
And for me, like, I'm not like one who thinks the universe gives it to him, more like maybe God gives it to me, but to each his own. But I think that he knows what we need. I think if you need something, you'll work toward it. If you don't really want it, you won't work for it. But say there's $1 million at the top of a mountain. How hard would you work to get to the top? You know what I mean? But if you could see it and you know that you could get there, how hard would you work to get there? But
exactly right. That's what I'm saying about faith. And when I say the word universe, it's like semantics, like the universe, God, source, Allah, whatever you want to call it. It's all the same thing. It's just people have different terminologies. But yeah, I know what you mean, man. Like, yeah, but see, that's the thing is it's a test, right? So God will test your faith too. So if he just told you, then that kind of takes the whole point of it away. You know what I mean? He wants you to be able to have that faith.
Yeah, you've got to walk through some valleys and fall down on your face a few times to learn
And
Learn
that's
persistence, right?
That's the other thing too. It's like I always say, I truly believe that everything happens for a reason, even bad things. And most time when bad things happen, a lot of people are like, "Oh, what you know?" And it's like, well, you're looking at the negative of the bad part. What you got to take out something good from the bad thing happening and learn from it to better it. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
But
absolutely.
everyone's always so quick to be like, "Whoa, well, if this is working, then why did this bad shit happen and that bad shit?" You know, like you're not looking at it.
Every single thing that happens in your life is a lesson. It does happen for a reason. And so like if you go through like a bad time, it's traumatic time, a family member dies. I was telling one of my members, Rochelle, this. It was like on one of these live streams, like the vertical ones I was doing. And it's if you go through something traumatic and you just think of it as, oh man, I didn't learn anything from this. It's a terrible time in my life. Well, then you literally just went through that entire pain for nothing, in vain, right? You didn't learn anything. And then now what God or the universe, whatever you want to call it, is going to say is, okay, you didn't learn your lesson. So you didn't take anything from this. So now here's another cycle. I mean, you're going to get, you ever notice those people who keep living the same cycle over and over again? And a lot of times it's with relationships. And this is one thing for me, but like they keep going into the same bad relationship over and over again. It's because they're not learning the lesson that they're supposed to learn from that relationship. So now they have to keep doing it until you finally learn your lesson, right? And if you don't learn your lesson, God's just going to keep putting that same circumstance into your life. And if you die, you know, this is what I believe. You reincarnate and you have to come back and learn it again. You just keep doing it. And there's no judgment. You know, like, oh, you know, like what I say is like, if you don't learn your lesson from the first time, it's like going to summer school. You got to just, because life is, I mean, Earth is a school. So you just got to keep learning it into summer school. And then if you die, well, now you got to repeat the grade and you just got to keep doing it until you learn it. So you always got to learn the lesson from the bad time, and you should be grateful for the bad time. Even I know that's hard to do, but I try to be grateful for the bad times because number one, success is not even possible without opposition. Okay. Because we live in a world of duality, right? Good, bad, up, down, left, right, male, female, hot, cold, you, me, male, like it just goes on and on forever. The Einstein said the theory of relativity, everything is relative to something else. So everything is duality. So the universe is always looking for balance. Okay. So when things are bad, like maybe it's because you were living good. Like, you know, those people like, oh, every time something's so good, right? And it's good for a while, then something comes in and just crashes it and wrecks it. That's because you were living up here for a while. The universe has to balance itself out. So it's going to come in the form of a tower moment. It's going to get messed up. And then you should be grateful for that though, because now that's the universe balancing itself out. And now you can go back to attracting abundance. And you want to stay like right here. You don't want to ever get like too unbalanced where it's good. So like when bad stuff happens, what people will do is they'll pretend like it doesn't exist, right? And then they'll just stay up here. And then the universe has to balance itself out. So what you do is you at least acknowledge the bad. Acknowledge, I see you there, you're there. I will take some time to acknowledge you, right? And then you move on though. You don't focus on it because now you're manifesting bad. But you at least acknowledge it and keep it at bay, right? Okay, I acknowledge you, and then I'm back to abundance, right? That's how I kind of try to eliminate some of the tower moments. But like no matter what, people think, oh, you know, if I just had, I'll be happy when I make 200,000 a year, or when I finally make 100,000 a year, or when I finally get this girlfriend, right? Then I'll be happy. And it's like, no, that's not how it works. So
right. And so many people think that they think once I have this, then they get it. And then it's like, I thought you were going to be happy once you had that, you know, well, no, now I need this. And it's like, well, you're never going to get there.
Yeah.
And then when you get all that stuff, then it owns you. People don't realize that the more stuff you have, it begins to own you. You have to maintain it, take care of it, wash it, clean it. You know what I mean? Like boats, motorcycles, cars, everything takes time and effort. So do you really want all that stuff?
We take like rich people, you know, like they have, do you think that just because you're rich or you're a multimillionaire that they just they're living a life of just no stress or like nothing's bad happens to them? No, dude, they live, I don't care if you have $100 million net worth or if you're living paycheck to paycheck or if you're a bum on the street, dude. Everyone experiences duality, period. It's just a different form of duality. Like, okay, I don't have to worry about, you know, am I going to pay for my prescription or my next meal? Right. But like, if you're rich, you have other stuff. You got people that are trying to sue you for money, and you got like all your kids are into drugs or so, like whatever it could be. There's always going to have this duality. It doesn't matter. And so people think that, well, once I do this, then I'll be happy. But you can't have pleasure with no pain. Like it's impossible. Again, duality. And so like, if you're saying, oh, well, once I get this, I'll be happy. What you're telling the universe is that you're not happy, and that your happiness is contingent upon something else external to you. And that's not where happiness comes. Happiness isn't external. It comes from within. So once you're happy with yourself, and like, say, I want a girlfriend, it's this great girl that I envision, and I'll only be happy once I get that. That's not how I'll never get that girl. The only way that you'll get that girl is if you're happy within yourself in the solitude of being by yourself. And it's a vibration. Now I'm on this vibration of abundance, and I'm going to attract, like the law of attraction, attract that person that compliments me, right? If I think, oh, I just got to have this girl, only person I'm going to attract is like a karmic relationship, another person who's also codependent. And then it's going to be a very toxic relationship.
Yeah. Yeah, that is so true. And yeah.
Hold on, I'm going to turn on my air conditioner. I'm getting sweaty.
But yeah, like you were saying a minute ago about the, if I just had the right, the people that get in a bad relationship over and over again, it kind of goes back to that, because it's like, until you have to be happy with yourself before you can have a good relationship with someone else.
Well, and people today settle because they're so afraid that they're never going to meet that person, that they settle for things that are way less than they started out to go after. And the other point I had was about having money. Is at one time I thought I was going to be a millionaire. We're in a lawsuit against Pepsi with some family members. I thought I was going to get all this money.
Wait, what do you mean? We're still going to be millionaires, man? We're not that old.
That's what I'm saying. But I thought I was really getting big money, right? So I started thinking about it. Would I tell people? Would I help people? What would happen if I paid off people's houses? What would happen if I began to give people money? And I realized at the end of it all, I thought this could actually become a curse to have all this money. In the end, I was like, I won't even tell. I probably wouldn't even tell anybody. They would probably notice, but it's like Keanu Reeves. I like the guy. He rides around in a t-shirt and a ripped pair of jeans on a old Harley. It's not flashy, but he lives in the moment. And would you even know who your friends really were if you're rich? Right. Would you know their intention? Or do they want to be your friend because you have money or you're successful, or are they your real friends? So those were all things I thought about. Now, do I want to be rich, or do I want to be comfortable?
Yeah. And there was actually a study that I was reading, and this was probably about 10 years ago. So it might be it's gone up since inflation's so bad, but 10 years ago it was a study that said if you make $75,000 a year, money does buy happiness. So if you're below, if you're struggling really bad, you will be a little bit less happy. So once you make that 75,000, so maybe now it's 100,000, but once you make a certain amount of money and your needs are met, like, okay, I can support myself, like I can go out to eat on the weekends. I can maybe have a toy or something like that. Like, that's fine. And I'm not stressed about money. Then that's the most that money is going to buy for happiness. But anything above that, it's not. Maybe it could actually buy less. Like you said, Dave, I got to maintain this, and now I got to pay insurance on this. And I got to worry about all that. And it's just kind of more stress, like Biggie says, more money, more problems.
Yeah.
It's like you're married to your things at some point.
Yeah. And that's what I always said too. I've always said this is I don't want to get rich. I just want to be able to live comfortably. I don't want to, like you said, I don't want to have to stress about paying bills. But then again, I don't want to make so much money to where I'm stressed about, well, shit. No, I'm paying house cleaners and stuff to go clean this house that I'm only at 2 months out of the, you know what I mean? It's just all that extra shit.
I think I want to at least try it.
I might. I'm definitely going to become wealthy, but not to the point where it's like, I don't know.
I don't know.
I wouldn't mind having.
I definitely want to try it, but
I would like to have a cook that made meals every day.
Oh, dude, I got one. She's my beautiful wife.
Yeah, but she doesn't give you the food. She gives it to other people.
I'm supposed to know that. Smells good.
Like, honey, I'm making these cupcakes, but you can't have any.
And that's like another thing too that I think is important is it's like gender roles and like traditional relationships, like in the 50s and stuff, it was the woman did the cooking, right, and the cleaning and like the laundry, and the guy had his. It's not like the woman's the slave and she does everything for you. Like the guy takes out the trash and like mows the yard and like, you know, hangs the cabinet or stuff. And like
that was my mom.
But like
she was a stay-at-home mom. My dad worked. My mom took care of me. That's how it worked.
Same with my wife.
And like, I wish that it could be that way. Like in the 50s, you could literally just graduate high school and go work at a factory, no education. And that's enough to have a mortgage, 2 brand new cars, the wife to stay home and take care of the kids, and a strong economy. I mean, today that's almost, unless you're making, at least a couple $100,000 a year, like that's really just not even possible, man. So it kind of has to be that way. But, even like women will say, oh, well, you want me to work. If I'm working too, I got to work and come home and cook dinner and all that. And it's like, yeah, you do. Like what am I doing? Like I'm coming home. You want me to come home and like mow the lawn? Like, do you want me to come home and do stuff that you want me to, like, yeah, it's like a household. And like, yeah, in the 50s, it was much easier. Like maybe on the weekends, if the wife's taking care of the house all week, and I'm working on the weekends, we could just have a weekend. But now it's like, we got to work, man. Like on the weekend, that's the time to clean the house because we don't have time to clean it all week, And like,
your days off are just more work. It's just at home. Yep.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, that's what I don't know where I was going with that, but I was just thinking about like gender roles, and like a lot of women today, they want like the things that come with a husband. Because like most women, if you ask them what they want a man that's stronger than them. They want a man that's taller than them. They want a man that makes more money. Typically, if you ask women, this is like their ideal thing, but then they don't want to do the same things that like a man wants. Like a man wants stuff too. Like I want to be taken care of. Like, I want to have sex, stuff like that. And women like hold that out and stuff. And so like, if you want me, like women are like, well, I don't want to have sex, like, blah, blah, blah. Well, yeah, if that's occasional, fine. That's, it's fine. But like, when like, well, if I don't want to have sex, I shouldn't have to. Well, it's like, well, okay, well, what about me? Like, what for my responsibilities? If somebody comes and breaking in the house, am I able to say, oh, I just don't want to I don't want to go look at that. Right? I'm expected to get my ass up and go protect the family, right? Like I have to do that.
Like, baby, here's the gun. You go.
Yeah, here's the gun, sweetie.
Here's the gun, baby.
You go make sure that I'm safe.
Yeah. I'll just hide under the covers, babe. You take care of it.
That's right. Although my wife may bust caps quicker than me. If someone's in the house with their babies in here,
Yeah, that's good.
Earlier I said when I was talking about money could be a curse. The thing I was talking about really was I was thinking about who I would give money to. Like say somebody in your family's struggling, so you pay off their house for them. That could end up being a bad thing though. You know what I mean? Maybe that person needs to work. Maybe their mind needs to be busy. And you just took the only thing that was keeping them sober or sane away from them. And you thought you were helping them. You know what I mean? I don't know if anybody thinks like that, but I think like that. It's like you could actually hurt people by giving them money at times.
No, I see. No, I think that way too, because it just
and
depends.
I agree with it. People are compulsive,
Right. Well, because if that's the only thing keeping that person, and like let's say that you do that and you help that person, and then now they're not worried about that, then all of a sudden they start, popping pills or getting into drugs they shouldn't because they're not worried about it anymore, and then it ruins their life even worse.
I think being busy helps us to stay sane. I mean, we as much as we hate it, have you ever just sat around for like 6 hours and done nothing?
Yeah.
And you're just like, oh my God.
I feel like I do when I'm editing videos. Sometimes I feel like I just sat around for 6 hours doing nothing.
Well, I've seen your editing. I agree with you. You've done nothing. No, I'm kidding.
He's got jokes.
Jokes. No, you're a great editor, man.
Yeah, it's true. Like, like I've said before, 99% of the human existence has been in 50 to 100 people tribes, right? We only had this population explosion recently. And so in tribal times, it was just, we're out hunting. Like there is no like, oh, I'm taking a relaxed day, like I'm just the weekend, we're chilling today and watching movies. Like, no, like you gotta eat, man. You gotta eat every day. So there's no days off. So the man's out hunting, the woman's out gathering the berries and taking care of the kids, all that stuff. And so like, that's how it's been for 99% of the human existence. So yeah, we're supposed to stay in motion. And so when you do like not have a job or you're just, doing nothing, people get depressed, you get lethargic. It's not good. You need to stay active in order for the brain to be healthy for your mental health.
Yeah, so I even notice, like, as much as I love my days off when I go to work and I'm working physically and sweating a little bit, I actually feel better on those days than I do on the days that I just been sitting around all day. I mean, not the day like you need rest, you need to catch up on your sleep, but that second day that you're just kind of lethargic, it's like, God, I feel better when I'm at work or moving.
It's, you know what, though? I don't even think it's work, because I was going to say two things. I don't even feel like I work anymore, because I've been plumbing for over 30 years and it's my business. So to me, it's like a hobby. So I don't really look at it as work. But two, I notice a difference too, because like like today I didn't do a job and I started editing a video and then I was like, I got to get shit done around the house. And it's because you're moving and you're doing stuff and you're getting things done and you're accomplishing things. That's, and then like physically too. So it's like, then I felt better, because it's like, now I feel like I actually got something done, sweating and moving. And
oh yeah, dude, like if I take a day off, like that's why I love going to the gym. Whenever I go hard in the gym, dude, and I bust a big ass sweat, or like I hit legs, like some people hate legs. I feel the best after leg day, because it's the largest muscle group. And so you're working hard, and so your body's releasing the most testosterone. So like puts you in a better mood all day. I feel the best after a hard workout, with just sitting. Like if I don't do anything, like to start your day is like a good motivator, like gets me going. Like now I'm ready to go and accomplish more things. You know what I mean? That's why I like working out in the morning.
Yeah, it wakes you up. And what I do in the morning, it's kind of strange, but I don't care how cold it is. I go out and I jump in the pool. And it could be freezing, but it wakes me right up. My eyes are open.
Oh yeah,
I'm like ready to go, man. I'm like,
that's like those cold baths or whatever. Those are supposed to be good for you. Yeah. You're supposed to, with like the working out and all that. Like because when you sweat, you're releasing all the toxins from your body. And that
there's two ways you release toxins: sweat and urine. So like when you have, like, I notice when I break a huge sweat at the gym, I don't wear deodorant that day, because the only reason what BO is toxins being released from your body. So like I always notice too, after if I'm drinking hard, the next day I have really bad BO, because the toxins are getting released. So if you sweat a lot, you don't need to wear deodorant. And so yeah, you're releasing all that toxins. It's really good for you.
Yep.
Unless you eat a lot of onions and garlic, and then you're just screwed.
Yeah. Which those are antioxidants in themselves, but they have their own smell. But yeah, that ice bath stuff, like that has some of the best benefits. Like they say you can do the same thing by just taking a cold ass shower. Like I started doing it. You like at the end of your shower, I'll turn it cold, like kind of gradually though. But the more faster you can do it, the better. And you just have to like force yourself to stay in there. And it spikes your dopamine levels. And like it releases endorphins, right? They put you in a good mood. And but they last. Like if you eat like some chocolate, it'll spike your dopamine levels, but then they go back down right away, and you even get a crash. But when you do that cold shower thing, they're supposed to last for like several hours, like up to 4 hours. You stay at that level. You notice that, Dave?
Oh yeah, it wakes me right up, and I'm like ready to go. Until then I'm lethargic and I don't want to talk to people. But then I'm like, oh man, I'm awake. Yeah. It's another day. I'm glad to be here.
Because I just took a shower right before this, because I was doing work. I was sweating so bad. I was like, I have to take a shower. And at the end of my shower, I just turn the hot off and have it completely cold and stand there for like 1 minute and just, I'm like, oh, she's cold.
Yeah.
But then I'm always like wide awake and feel great afterwards,
Yep. Yeah. And I was doing that last year. I stopped doing it, but I should start doing it. It's easier to do in the summertime, that's for sure, than the winter time.
Oh yeah. I do it. I get in the pool.
I don't miss Michigan because of that. I do not miss Michigan.
I do
'cause
the
of that.
pool all the way to November. I pretty much
Yeah,
until I'm afraid my pump's gonna freeze. Then
You know what
I
I
put
used
it
to do,
away, you
Dave?
know?
When I used to live over there at I had that apartment on what was that? Newburgh and Joy or Newburgh and Joy Road. But I
Yeah,
don't know if you remember when I had that apartment.
yeah.
In that apartment, like maybe 20 feet from my apartment had like the community thing or whatever, and had the sauna in there. And every morning before work, man, I'd go in the sauna and just sweat like crazy. And then it'd be winter time. So then as soon as you walk outside, you're sweaty and the cold air hits you. And it's just like, ugh. And then I go back to my apartment, take a shower. But dude, I felt like $1,000,000 every day at like 6 a.m. just from doing that.
Yeah, I love the sauna. It opens up your nose and you can breathe, and it's just I don't like being in there with a bunch of nasty, huge men that didn't shower. That's at the
Right.
gym, you know. Like if it was my own personal one, I'm down. But or there's always this guy that's like laying naked on the bench with
Oh,
like
yeah.
one leg up and his crackers are
Right.
hanging, and I'm just like, God, dude, really?
Like, put that shit away, bro. Come on.
I'm like, I'm breathing the air of this dude. This cannot be good for me. You want to throw some bleach on him, you know, like not really, but my
Oh,
Lord.
shoot. Van Life has a sauna.
Oh yeah. I was reading the news this morning, and it said some guy in Florida got in a jacuzzi at one of the hotels on the beach there, and he got electrocuted in the sauna. It was in the jacuzzi, and he died
Really?
at one of the resorts. Like he just
Shit.
went out and got in the jacuzzi, and it had like a malfunction, and he just got electrocuted.
Talk about a shitty way to go.
And you know, the electrocute, I mean, he literally got electrocuted. He died.
Yeah, he died.
Okay. So here's the thing is like a lot of people think, and I used to do the same stuff. You say electrocuted, and then being an electrician, one of my fellow electricians corrected me on it. It's like, you didn't get electrocuted, you got shocked. So like, I used to think that being electrocuted was like when it holds on to you for a while and like, oh shit. And then shocked was just like real quick.
Yeah.
Like actually electrocute is a combination where when they made the electric chair from electricity and execute, it's electrocute. So like if you're being electrocuted, it's because you're being put to death from the death penalty in the electric chair. So it's shocked. You got shocked. But he didn't get electrocuted. He got shocked to death. But just wanted to throw that out there.
I've had that experience in my backyard. I don't know if I ever told the story, but I had an extension cord across the tall grass out to my pool pump. It was just temporary. My dog, in the morning, I heard a huge smash on the house, and I didn't know what it was. I went out and looked there. I couldn't find it. And then so I'm going through the grass trying to pick up this extension cord, and all of a sudden I start getting fried. I can't let go of it. I realize what's happening, and it took everything in me. I'd let out like this primal yell, and with all my might, I kicked the pole that holds the pool up, the metal, and it was able to discharge the electricity enough for me to let go. But I was almost toast, dude.
When you get hit, like that's why I feel like, oh, why don't they let go? When you're getting hit, it tenses your muscles and you grab onto whatever you're holding on to tighter. And so was it coming from power? Like was it coming from like the extension cord?
It was 110, and then the dog. So the big thump I heard earlier in the day was my dog chewing on the extension cord. It must have hit him and flew him into the house. That was my best guess.
Yeah.
The dog was fine, but I literally could not let go. And then afterwards, it felt like every muscle in my body had done 1,000 pull-ups or push-ups. And I had to go to sleep. I was so tired. I actually went to the hospital just to make sure everything was cool, but because my heart rate was super fast for like 4 hours.
How long did it hold on to you for?
Oh man, 15 seconds.
Yeah,
17 seconds.
That's a lot, dude. And like, thank God it was 110 or 120, because I've been hit with 120 before, like a few times, but it's only like a second or two, and it's not that bad. I wasn't like traumatized by it, but like here's the thing people don't realize: it's not volts that kill you, it's the amps. So like, yeah, 120 and 110 that could kill you. It only takes like 0.25 of an amp to disrupt the rhythm of the heart. So but like I got hit before when I was an electrician. I got hit with 120 a few times, like power outlets and shit, and like it was live and I didn't know it. But I got hit with I think it was 277. I'm just guessing because when I was a manager at this restaurant, I was up in the ceiling messing with some stuff, and I grabbed like, it was like a thermostat looking thing, and for whatever reason something hit me, dude, and it held on to me for like 3 seconds. And it was one of the most excruciating pains I've ever felt. And it was so traumatizing. I had to take a break, and like, it was crazy. Right. And it hurt bad. And like, I don't know what it was, but in comparison to what that 120 was, I think it was at least probably 277. I'm assuming, or like maybe 240 because it was in commercial. But yeah, man, like the 277. Yeah. You said 277 makes you taste your fillings in your mouth. So you've been hit by 277. I got hit by
he's a big time electrician. He does like the huge shit.
Is industrial electrician? Because there's
probably
commercial and there's residential.
Yeah, he's definitely commercial, but yeah, I'll let him say it in chat because I don't want to misrepresent him. But
he said,
yeah, he does the big shit.
Yeah, 277 is like lighting usually. And then they use like 120 for power. But like, and then I saw Dub Webs talking about 420 or whatever in here. And like, that's like big commercial shit, like generators or like, stuff like that. Like a lot of times in, like big, powerful stuff, like even like your washing machine, I think is 240. But like if you get hit by like 420 or whatever, 470, whatever it is, like that's
440, man. You're toast.
See, I've been lucky then because I've been hit by like doing dishwashers and stuff, and I think it's off, and then but it's just like like oh shit, damn, that just got but just so quick. But my one buddy, he got hit by 220 on a water heater or whatever it was, and I was on the front porch with the homeowner, and he was inside, and he got hit, so we had no idea, and then all of a sudden you hear this. Like, I'm like, whoa, what just happened? And he was like, dude, I couldn't let go. And he seen like yellow spots for the rest of the day, and it really messed him up.
Check that out. 440,000.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Van Life does the big shit.
You get hit by 440,000, like there's no chance of survival, dude. Like
not even a split second, right? Just done.
Another little thing that electricians told me was when you're touching stuff you're unsure about, obviously test it, but if you're still unsure, use your right arm rather than your left, because I guess the electricity will travel right through your heart when you use your left arm.
Oh, really? I didn't know.
So if you use your right arm, it doesn't go directly through the heart. I mean, it'll eventually get there, but you'll probably let go in time.
Well, one trick that somebody taught me was, if you're working on live stuff, because there are times where you have to work on live stuff. Like if you're working in a hospital, they can't turn the power off. Like they have to have power for the patients, right? So there are times you have to. So if you're working on live stuff, this trick this girl taught me is you put your hand, you're working on it with one hand. So you put your other hand behind your back, and then you work on it with one hand, because if you're doing it with both hands and you get hit, it goes in one and then across your heart and out the other way. But if you're just doing it in one, it might come out a different way and not go to your heart as easily.
Right. Yeah.
But like there's this one video, you guys might have seen it, and you can still see it on the internet. You can't watch it on YouTube, but it's, if you like look up, in fact, we could probably watch it actually. It's called Chinese. It's like in China, where there was these painters who were pushing some scaffolding, and they didn't realize that they were pushing it into these power wires up ahead, and they pushed it right into it, and it was 10,000 volts, and they all got hit, and it was just like boom, and they all collapsed, and then like they collapsed, and they're like we were saying, they were holding on, they were stuck, they were clenched onto this scaffolding, and it was hitting them, dude, and like one guy lit on fire, and like it was crazy, and then one guy finally fell off, right, and he was sat there for like 30 seconds, then he woke up, and he was dazed. And like went and like was stumbling around and like walked right back into the scaffolding and boom, got hit again.
Oh my God.
And it was like 2 of them died and 2 of them lived or something. It's crazy. Like they showed us that in school for our one of our what's it called? what's the thing? OSHA. It was like an OSHA 10 class that I was taking, and they showed us that video. It was like crazy.
It's unavailable.
Oh, you can't look at it on YouTube. You got to just like
No,
Google China. Oh, you did?
Yeah, I Googled it, and then even on here it says video not available, or unless there's another.
Let me see if I could probably share it too. Let me see if I can find it.
Did you hear about that guy that was out in this pasture that got hit by lightning and it killed 35, I think it was 30 to 35 cows and him? It was like the first lightning death of the year, I guess. That just happened like 3 weeks ago. I think it was in Oklahoma.
I found it. It's right here.
Yeah, DC voltage, man. I'm afraid of DC, bro.
I don't know if I can share. Let's see if I can share it though. Let's see. Bam. Can you guys see that?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
We're not getting no strikes, right? Nobody's head explodes, I hope. Is this?
This is in China.
Oh my God.
So the scaffolding hits it.
Boom! They just got hit right there, man. They're all getting fried by 10,000 volts right now.
Holy!
See this guy's lighting on fire over here in the left.
Yeah, see, it literally you can't let go. It grabs onto you.
Gosh. How did all three make that mistake, dude? Nobody saw it coming.
There's 4 actually.
Yeah, there's 4.
I can't see the 4th. I got it.
He's right behind the one that's still hanging on.
He's behind this guy right here.
He just landed on him.
God.
Wow, that's insane. And then you watched that for your what, journeyman or for your
it wasn't journeyman. It was just a OSHA 10 class that we took.
Yeah, they're like,
and one guy gets up though. Watch, he wakes up and then he like runs. He's so out of it that he runs back into the scaffolding again.
Holy shit! Really?
Yeah.
Well, I could imagine you'd be that out of it, but.
And I don't know, like the pain. Like I don't know if they passed out immediately and lost consciousness, or if they actually literally suffered for a while. Because like they say that like that electric chair was like they actually invented it because they thought it was a more humane way to for the death penalty, but it's actually like probably the most inhumane way to kill someone, man. It's like a nightmare thing.
Yeah.
I mean, I just being like, your friend in there, I'm not in the chat, but they said that, there's an electrician, and he said getting hit by 277s like death. I mean, just 277 is as painful as we're saying, and then these guys get hit by 10,000. I mean, imagine the pain they're going through. Look, see, this guy's smoking over here still, man. This guy's on fire. Look, he's on fire right here on the right.
Oh my God.
Man.
His leg's twitching.
That'll make you think twice when you're becoming an electrician and being smart about what you do.
Well, these being an electrician isn't quite as dangerous. You still can if you're working on like transformers and stuff, but like the guys that really have the dangerous jobs that work, they get paid more too because it's higher risk, is the linesmen. So they're the ones working with that 10,000 volt stuff. And like, I don't know what it is now, but when I was starting, a first year linesman made $25 an hour, and then when you get your license, you make like $50 an hour to start. Because it's actually on the government's top 10 most dangerous jobs in America list, which actually police officer isn't. So if you're a linesman, those guys that are working on your power lines and stuff, you're more likely to get seriously injured or killed on the job doing that than you are a police officer.
What's crazy to me is nobody comes out, like nobody's turning things off or checking to see or calling anybody. It's just like, well, let them fry.
So I don't know if the guy.
I don't know what they could do about it, but
I wanted to just skip to the part where he like stands up, and I don't know where it is. If he already did it or
probably
that guy's burning right there. Yeah, he already. So I think I skipped it right when it was about to do it.
That is insane.
Maybe I passed it already again.
Yeah, China.
Yeah, probably right. Yeah, right there. You just passed it.
I
Go
just
back a
passed it.
little bit. Yeah, right there. Yeah, because that guy right there gets up.
Oh yeah, he
and
gets
then
up right
runs.
there. Oh, but see, there's a part where like somebody gets up and like hits the power line again. Like it's getting super smoky in there now.
So what actually happened? Because I'm on mini screen. Did the top of the scaffolding touch an electrical
Yeah,
line?
touch power lines. So we'll end it now. But like, if you guys want, you can just, like I said, if you just Google, oh, let me exit out of this thing.
Yeah, it's over, Snooks. You can come back. You can look again, Snooks.
Yeah, if you want to just Google, like I just Googled China painters scaffolding 10,000 volts. I think that's what I typed in Google, and then just brings up that video that I just put, and you can watch the whole. It's 10 minutes. But yeah, one guy stands up and like, then he like doesn't know what he's doing. He like walks around and walks right into the scaffolding, gets hit, and he falls back down again. And like I said, I think two lived and 2 died.
Man, and 2 lit. Could you, man? Imagine telling that story, living through that.
Well, like when you get hit by electricity, like the electricity, that shock, it's called the spark. It's called shit. Where's my electrician friend? Van Life Biker. You know what I'm talking about. What's the? It's what the something spark. That flash? It's hotter than the surface of the sun.
Wow.
The flash is hotter than the surface of the sun. So like they say that you're supposed to wear cotton. Like a lot of electricians will wear polyester. When you get hit, polyester will melt onto your skin.
Oh, it's like plastic. Yeah, it's terrible.
Oh shit! I never even thought of that. Damn.
I was reading about a guy this year that was executed with nitrogen. They're changing up from the electrocutions to nitrogen gas.
I never
I'm not
heard
sure
of that.
how it works, but
yeah, the arc. Double upset the arc. Yeah, it's the arc flash. Is
so it's hotter than the surface of the sun.
Yep.
My brother.
That's hot as hell.
This is my brother. He's a little sarcastic, y'all. He's not being for real.
What was the last one he said, which was funny too? Where'd it go? I lost it.
Did Snooks leave?
Oh yeah.
Well, when you get hit, like Blackbird says, how much damage was done to the internal organs? We had this teacher in my school who was telling us how he got hit by like 10,000 volts or some shit. It was a crazy story. This big dude, and he was like on some transformer, and his friend was getting hit or something, and he was getting hit, and like somebody came in, everyone was freaking out, and like the foreman came in, and he said, if I get hit, just let us fry. And he like went in like all like it's Rambo, like coming in to save like, like army and shit. And like was grabbing him and like hit him with like some wood pole or some shit and trying to get him off, because he knew if like he gets hit, like you guys just let us fry, dude. Like we're dead. You know what I mean? And like he got him off, right? And like doesn't remember anything, and he went to the hospital, and they said, dude, the only reason why you survived this is because number one, your size. He was like 6'3", like 240, big dude. But like even to this day, he says that he still has like these electrical things that like, because it messes with his nervous system. I mean, the nervous system is electrical, right? And so like he gets like these electric shock, weird feeling in his nervous system all the time. And so like, yeah, you have permanent effects from that. It's not like it ever goes away.
Yep.
You got to respect, as soon as you stop respecting it. Like I noticed whenever I got hit by the 120 and stuff, so I wasn't respecting it. I'm just like, oh, I'm just working on this. Or sometimes it's negligence from other people. Like people turn a breaker on and they don't tell you or something. And then you're over, some guy's working on something and gets hit. And
dude, that's what happened when my buddy got hit by that 220 with the water heater, because the homeowner that I was talking to on the front porch, he was like, oh yeah, I cut it off. It's off. And he just took his word for it. And then,
yeah. Never take. That's what they say. Never. That's how people get hit, because they've taken people's word for it.
Yeah.
So like,
never listen to the customer, especially in skilled trades.
That's what happened to me when I got jacked. I was in an upper floor working on a double switch, and I know I went downstairs. I asked her where the box was so I could shut it off. I shut off the whole main. I went up there and I'm taking it apart to put another switch in, and I got popped. And I did like a somersault onto my back. That's how it hit me so hard. And I'm like, ma'am, I shut off your box. Do you have 2 fuse panels in the house? because it was a huge house. It was $1 million house. She's like, oh, let me call my husband. Sure enough, they had 2 boxes. So there was only one main shut off, and the other one's the one that got me.
Yeah.
So I learned my lesson. If they got 2 furnaces or 2, you got to pay attention.
Yep.
And it's the same thing too. Like Travis said, I try to appreciate water because respecting it too. Because when I moved here, I had never been in the ocean before, and dude, when first time I went in, I was like, wow, like, dude, water is so powerful, man. It just blew my mind. Like, dude, I can see how people die so easily and quickly in the ocean.
Did you drink the salt water, Steve?
Dude, the very first second I was in the water, I was like, oh, that's why they call it salt water. Okay. Like, holy shit.
Yeah, we grew up in Michigan. We're in lakes, man. We didn't even know what the salt water was.
Right.
We have the most fresh water in Michigan in the whole world. Although I think they're ruining it pretty quickly.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, see, van life, are you what kind of electrician are you, man? Are you a linesman, or because what are you doing that you work 7 12-hour shifts for 3 months, make 75 racks, and then just relax for 9 months? Because
sounds great.
You can't do that I was a commercial electrician. You don't make that much money doing
I think he says he does substations, whatever that means. Is that
I'm assuming it's a union position, right?
Right, because usually you can like go sit on the bench for a while if you want. You still collect your unemployment. That's what my cousin does. My cousin's a pipe fitter for the union, and that's what he does. He'll work, and if he needs to sit on the bench for a while, he can just collect his unemployment, or it's like unemployment, whatever it is.
If I do 7/12 shift for 3 months, I made $75K. I go home for 9 months and enjoy life. Right on.
My buddy went to Afghanistan and Iraq, and he was working for the military, and he's an electrician. He went over there, and they were paying him, I think it was $100,000 a month plus expenses. He went for like 3 months, came home and paid off his house.
Yeah. I saw this meme, or like a meme, like a short video, like on a reel or something. You guys might have seen it. That guy that climbs this tower like once a year to change the light bulb on the top of the thing. It's like a mile up or some shit. You seen that?
Yep.
It's like $100,000 a year to do it. Like, would you do it? And I'm like, I couldn't do it because I'm scared of heights.
Me too. There's no way I could do that. I would get like 20 feet up and my legs would be wobbling, and I'd be like, nope.
Like jello legs.
Yep.
And I learned to, like, being an electrician, you kind of learn to like live, like to get past your fear. So like there's certain things that, like, if I'm in a lift, I'm fine because I'm in a lift. I feel like I'm safe. Or if I'm on a boom lift, I got, my gear on where I'm strapped in, or, my safety stuff. But like where I feel really nervous is like, I don't like being on 14-foot ladders. I don't like, the worst is extension ladders. I can't stand climbing an extension ladder to get to the roof, or fucking working on them. Sometimes you have to work on extension ladders and they're like shaky and shit, dude. I can't stand that, man. I think I might have died in a past life from like falling from a
dude,
height.
I'm telling you, we have, like, every time I listen to you when you're live and stuff you say, and like just that, we have so much in common. It's crazy. Because when I used to do chimney liners back in Detroit with Nate, my buddy Nate, and we do chimney liners, and I had once, I think I did the ladder, but it's extension ladder, and I would get 3 or 4 feet up and already my legs were wobbling. I'm like, you're gonna have to do this part, dude. I'm gonna have to go in the basement and pull it through because I just can't do it. I just can't.
Dude, I froze up taking down a tree. This guy, I had the mindset I could do anything. So people would call my number as a handyman, construction, builder. Hey, can you do this? Yeah. Can you take down a tree? Yeah. Can you put this in? Yeah. And then I would learn it. I'd be like, yeah, I got to go to lunch. I'll be back in an hour. And I would literally learn how to put the switch in while I was on my lunch. But I took on this job to take down a 60-foot tree. And I was up on the lift, and it kept bouncing, and it was windy, and it was bouncing so bad about 50 feet up, and I was cutting these limbs. I'm thinking, God, I'm going to die. And I froze up, and I slowly came down, and I had to have another guy finish it. And I felt like such a sissy, dude, but you get up there 50 feet and see what it's like.
Mhm.
And there was
Right.
power lines within 20 feet of me, and I'm cutting these limbs, and I'm trusting the guys on the ground with the ropes to pull them the right way, not hit my boom, the lift, or hit the wires, or let anything fall on the wires. And I mean, I was charging like $1,000 too, so it was way too cheap. That's the one time I took on more than I could chew.
Yeah, dude, that reminds me too, Dave. You remember Tom, right, from Detroit?
Yeah.
Well, we met this dude, and he was a roofer, and he's like, "Yeah, I got this job. I need help. I'll pay you guys for day work." So, me and Tom woke up at like 5 in the morning, and we started drinking Coke 45 and shit, and
Schlitz malt liquor.
we go out to go do this roofing job, right? And it was 7 Mile in Woodward. It was like that real nice subdivision. I think Isaiah Thomas owned a house in there.
Oh,
But
yeah.
it was like those older, fancy, nice houses in Detroit. And we they're like, all right, start bringing the shingles up, and I got shingles on my shoulders, and I'm walking up this ladder, and as soon as I get to the roof part, I'm already like, and I hand over the shingles, and then I'm just like, okay, and I went back down, and I went to the car, and he's like, where you going? I'm like, you can work the day, I'll wait for you and still drive you home, but I ain't going on that roof, dude. The roof was like this too, man.
Yeah.
I'm like, nope, not
You know,
happening, bro.
That's another most dangerous jobs in America. Top 10 list is roofer.
Mm-hmm.
Fall off roofs, man.
I've tied myself to a chimney a couple times, just in case, man. But if it was a union, you're much safer in a union job because they make you do things better, like harnesses and all that. But my boss like, oh, I don't care, do the roof. And I'm like, dude, it's like a crazy pitch and I'm gonna die. And he's like, tie yourself off to something and do it. And I had young kids, so I would do it.
Yeah, it's crazy how some people don't even mind, because I know other plumbers out here that, when they're putting up high rises, so they're like on the 35th floor, and there's no, so the wind blows, you feel like you could just fall out. That's a long way down, dude. And they're like, yeah, sometimes, man, the wind will pick up, and it's just like, whoa, shit, dude. Like, I could have just lifted me right out of here, and screw that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna stick to residential plumbing. I'm good to go with that.
Oh, dude, residential is like the easy life, man, as far as construction goes, usually, because it's more lax. And then, like, especially if you're doing stuff like service work, it's more relaxed because you don't really get as dirty. Like, that's the thing. When you're building stuff from scratch, you get dirty. But, if it's something that's already, like, especially electrical work, like, a lot of people think of electricians, like, I was telling her, she's like, oh, what are you doing? And I'm like, oh, I'm an electrician now. And I was like, oh, I do construction. And she was like, oh, you mean an electrician? Because she was my mom's friend. And like, people don't associate electrician with construction. They think of an electrician as somebody who's dressed nice, and they go in with their little meter and they test some wires, and then that's it. They leave.
No,
like, somebody has to install the equipment too. Like, that's just one part of an electrician's job. So people are like, oh, they don't get dirty. And like, usually electricians don't get dirty from our work. We get dirty from everyone else's work, right? From all the drywall dust and like the mud that we got to walk through too. Like, we still got to, our work too, though, we still got to dig holes and like trenches and lay our pipe down in there in the mud and dirt too. So someone's got to install it too. But I wanted to ask, just for out of curiosity, Van Life Biker, what kind of hand tools do you use, man? Like, I'm assuming you probably use insulated tools. Do you use that? I'm gonna guess maybe. Do you use I don't know how to say it. I know like Nipix is how people say it, but I know that's not how you pronounce it really. But what kind of hand tools do you use, bro?
Hey, accountability for all.
Hey, what's up, Josh? Yeah, would you say that's Nipix, but that's not the way you pronounce it?
That's, yeah, people say Nipix, but it's not really Nipix. It's like, I don't know how to pronounce. It's a German word.
Sounds like nipple balm or something. Nipix.
Nipple balm.
Nipix.
Dave's obsessed with the nipple balm.
Ever since you were talking about that cream, the dream.
Speaking
cream.
of, I gotta shout out my my sponsor, Tallow Dream Cream. Make sure you check them out and use the promo code Aloha, and you get 15% off.
Don't buy that Lumi crap because it smells like shit.
And you can even use it for nipple balm like Dave does.
Only on yours. No homo. No homo.
You get paid to sponsor this stuff?
No, I don't get paid for it, but Tiffany's really good people, and it's just her little business, and she sent me the product, so I guess I got paid because she sent me a bunch of stuff, and we use it every day for the last few months. So
It's super cool anyway, though.
Yeah. And I don't vouch for anything. I'm not like, if someone's gonna sponsor me, if I don't believe in the product, I'm not gonna do it because I'm not a sellout, you know. But this actually, I use it every day. So
Yeah, Lumi's bad. She talks a good game on TV, but man, when you get it, it's like, what is this, man? Like, it smells like Pine Sol. If you guys know what Pine Sol, a cleaner for wood or whatever.
Yeah.
And it's not even a good smell. It's just like a bad lemon.
And who is it? Lumi?
The whole day.
Yeah, Lumi. Like she's like, you can even spray down there, you know, spray it anywhere you want, and then you just smell like an old lemon.
Yeah, people in the chat saying Knippix. Yeah, it starts with a K, Knippix, but that's not how you really pronounce it, though. I don't remember. Depends because it's different states. You do different stuff. Washington State, I terminated control wires in the house. ESPZ, Nevada, we do it all, including flying steel from cranes. Okay.
Flying steel?
Yeah, like probably they're, it's dangling and they're flying it around and grabbing it.
Okay. So
shit, really?
Craning it then.
Yeah, crane. I mean, I was always a Klein guy. I like Klein because they have the lifetime warranty. Like anytime a tool would break, I just take it into Home Depot and they just swap it out for a brand new one. That's why I like Klein. It's American made stuff too.
Now Murphy's oil soap would be better. I mean, if it smelled like Murphy's. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember Murphy's oil. Yeah,
that's got a pretty good smell to it.
That's what my dad used to use to clean the tiles on the pool.
Yeah, your dad's pool was like spotless at all times.
Pristine.
He would cut the grass twice a week. Your dad was good people. Love your dad.
Yeah. Yeah, shout out to Dad. And to Mom, to your mom, and to my mom.
My mom's probably watching right now. She's probably
Mom.
lurking.
You lurking? Mom's lurking.
Checking out DMA. I told her, I was like, I met this dude, like his name's DMA, and I keep going back to his channel because he's smoking hot. I'm just joking, but my mom's checking out all our stuff lately. I called her the other day and I'm like, what are you doing? She goes, I'm on Steve's channel, but I can't find you. Looking all over for you. So it's pretty cool. My 73-year-old mom's on YouTube.
So, Van Life said he uses Klein.
Klein's good stuff.
Yeah. Do you use insulated tools or do you just use the regular ones? I thought about those insulated tools, but I'm like, dude, the amount of time that I spend, like maybe 1% of it, maybe even less than that, I actually spend it working on live stuff. So it wasn't really worth the investment for me. Because I mean, even the non-insulated tools, they're not rated insulated, but they're still technically insulated. Like for like 120 and 277 and stuff.
It's good to have good equipment. You're only as good as your tools.
Well, yeah, you don't want to, if you're a professional, like we're professionals, you don't want to be, going to Harbor Freight and shit. Like there is actually certain stuff I'll go to Harbor Freight for. Like I go to Harbor Freight for like my files, or like you can even go to Harbor Freight for like screwdrivers and stuff. But like, if you're getting like, your linesmen's or like your dikes or, stuff like that, you want to have good quality tools, or like your drills. Like you don't want to be using Harbor Freight. Although there is some Harbor Freight stuff that actually is pretty quality stuff, but I always was a Milwaukee guy.
Yeah, Milwaukee. That's most of my shit is Milwaukee.
I think electricians are more like Milwaukee seems to be targeted towards electricians, but like DeWalt is more of like there's a lot of electricians that use DeWalt, but DeWalt is like like all around tool, like plumbers, electricians, drywall guys. They all use DeWalt as like the main.
From what I heard, Black & Decker owns DeWalt now. They bought them out.
Did they?
Yeah, that explains why. Because like a year ago, I bought DeWalt because that everyone I know that DeWalt. I'm like, and I still have Milwaukee from like 7-8 years ago that still works like brand new. And then I get the DeWalt, and not even 6 months later, the shit's broke. So when I replaced that, I got Milwaukee again because it's like, dude, I don't know. Milwaukee like stepped up their game.
The only reason I know that is because when I called for my warranty on my drill, they sent me to the Black & Decker store, and I'm like, what are you talking about? This is DeWalt.
Right.
And they're like, no, Black & Decker bought it out, and we now fix it. I'm like, great. So this tool is shit now to me. I'm getting Milwaukee.
Well, I think Milwaukee actually, or I mean, I think DeWalt bought Black & Decker, not the other way around. Because like Black & Decker used to be like top of the line tool in the 90s. Remember? Now it's like, it was like shit.
Yeah, now it's like they laugh at it. Like Black & Decker, you can get doing with that.
It's like Fisher Price.
Yeah. But then there's actually, if you really want to get into it, like then there's like Milty, I think is it called? Is that what it's? Hilti. Yeah. Hilti, but that's expensive, dude. It's like $1,000 for a freaking impact or something like that, man.
Yep.
But it is really top quality stuff, though.
Yeah, Hilti is good.
Let's see. I'm looking it up.
Yep.
Yeah,
that's what happened. The motors on it burnt out. Like actually, it was less than 6 months. It was like maybe 4 months.
Here we go.
I'm just doing residential, so it's not like I'm,
I looked it up for the DeWalt thing. DeWalt was acquired in 1960 and sold to Black & Decker in March 12, 2010. Black & Decker merged with Stanley Works to become Stanley Black & Decker.
Okay. Well, like I said, I mean, Black & Decker made top quality stuff. So,
well, the plug-in stuff I liked, but when they were like battery-powered stuff, I wasn't into Black & Decker too much. But definitely the plug-in power tools, they made good stuff, in my opinion.
Yeah, Rigid. Yeah, Rigid's another one.
What's the green one?
Rigid's pretty decent.
Green one? Oh, that's Ryobi, however you say it.
Bosch? Is it Bosch? There's another
Bosch.
Bosch is a good quality power tool. Like but their stuff, I don't think they do cordless stuff. It's all corded.
Yeah, because my chipping gun, well, I call it chipping gun. That's Bosch, but yeah, it's corded. Yeah, I don't have any cordless Bosch. But yeah, how do you say that? Is it Ryobi or Ryobi or
Ryobi?
Yeah, we always called it Ryobi.
Now I just bought I never would think in a million years I'd ever buy this, but I bought myself a lawnmower that's a battery lawnmower.
Did you?
I did, and you know me, I would never do it.
I know, but I want to know because I see a lot of people that have those, and I'm
at the store. This guy's like doing his spiel. He's got the tent up, and he's like, "It's $100 off. It's normally $700." It was like $600. It comes with LED headlight, 240 batteries. What are they called? 40 hertz batteries or something. Anyway, they're ginormous. They're not like a normal battery. They're like 10 inches by 6 inches, and they're thick. Well, each battery lasts 72 minutes, so you get 145 minutes of cutting time, which is over 2 hours. It can cut up to 3/4 of an acre. It starts with a push button. There's no oil, no gas. What else is it? Oh, you get the 2 batteries, and you can switch to just one or both batteries for more power. It has an adjustment for speed on how fast you walk. And then to raise the deck up and down, it's one lever, and all you do is just push it forward or back, and it lifts all 4 tires at the same time.
And it's probably quiet.
It's quiet. It doesn't kick up the dust, and like you can mow your lawn at night and not bother your neighbors because it's so quiet.
And probably the maintenance is way less. You got to prime it after it's been sitting all winter. You don't got to like do all that maintenance and shit on oil. So hell, I don't have a yard, but if I did, I think I'd probably go electric. Seems like the way to go, man.
I was used to make fun of that stuff. I thought it was
lame. Me too. I'm glad you said that because I've been thinking about it for like over a year, but I'm just like, I can't see that like being powerful enough, but it's still powerful enough. It still has the juice.
It's 166 cc, so the bigger one is like 172 cc, which, like the little mopeds we used to ride, the little small ones, I think those were like 50 cc's.
Yeah, 50.
So this is like triple power of one of those.
Electricals come a long way, man. I mean, it's not like it was back in the old days. Even like RC cars, I used to do RC cars back in the day. And I remember like in the 90s, you got RC cars, but then like gas powered RC cars were like the thing because they had so much more power and they were so fast. Like my gas powered RC car would go like 50 miles an hour. And then the electrical ones go like 30. But nowadays it's opposite. Like the nitrous powered RC cars, they're like going extinct. Everyone's going electric because you just can't beat the torque. It's like a Tesla. You can't beat the torque of that. And then there's less maintenance too. You don't gotta do all this stuff to it and oil it and make sure it's a gas powered combustion motor. So yeah, electrical going a long way, man. It's not like it used to be.
Hey Shelly, good to see you.
Yeah, Husqvarna too, because firm audits. So looking into Husqvarna self-propelled battery operating mower at night. 1,909. Yeah, that's what I have. My weed whip and blower and everything is Husqvarna.
I think
gas powered.
Still would probably be my favorite brand.
Which brand?
Still. STIL.
Oh, Steel. Yeah, Steel. Yeah.
I mean, it seems most of that stuff seems like really reliable.
Yeah, it is. But same thing, just like Hilti, it's more expensive.
Well, you're gonna pay, yeah, but I mean, sometimes it's worth paying for.
No, that's exactly like spend the extra $100 or whatever it is because it's going to cost you more in the long run if you don't spend the extra few dollars in the beginning. You know what I mean?
Plus, you don't want to be going to a job, man, showing up with like Walmart brand tools. Like you want to be a professional, right? You want to be a professional. Right. You don't want to look like a clown. Don't showing up with. You want people to trust, especially if you're doing residential stuff. You want people to trust. You know what you're doing. But like, skill saws, like that's kind of like people say, hey, what kind of Coke do you want? It's like a brand name that kind of took over. Like, hey, I need a Band-Aid. It's not a Band-Aid. It's an adhesive bandage. It's just a brand. It's like the same because it's called a circular saw, right? But people just like say it's a skill saw.
Right.
Yeah, just kind of like Kleenex, right?
Yeah, Kleenex, same thing. Right. Or like chapstick.
Yep.
Or nipple balm.
Nipple balm.
Nipple balm.
But yeah, Husqvarna, I mean, that shit was badass in the 90s, dude. My dad had a Husqvarna 250. I don't even know like if they're still making stuff anymore, but like, but I really like the two strokes. Like I like, motocross and stuff, but I never had my own bike, but I would like to get into it hopefully sometime. But if I do, I want to get a two stroke. I just love the torque of it. And I love like the sound of a two stroke, dude. Like everyone rides four strokes now. Like even the guys, they're all riding four strokes. I don't even know if they make two strokes anymore. Do they?
I'm looking into getting a Harley, but I have been for like a year, but I just never pull the trigger. I keep almost buying one and then I don't. But because I crashed a bike once and Steve remembers.
What did you?
Yeah.
No, you didn't.
And guys, I'm going to tell on myself. I got on Steve's crotch rocket, CBR 600, and I was showing off in the neighborhood, doing wheelies and whatnot, and I crashed it going like 70.
Oh.
I went like 125 feet on the concrete and couldn't walk for 2 months and totaled the bike. And so I haven't been on one since, and I promised my wife I wouldn't buy one, but I'm like trying to renege on this promise at this point.
Yeah. Well, plus it's not a crotch rocket; it's a Harley. So
I feel like I grew up, and I'm not stupid, and like
and we didn't just leave the bowling alley drinking beer all night, drunk off our ass either. So we're older.
Yeah. The 12 beers probably was not a good idea.
And that happened what? 30 years ago? Has it been 30 years?
Yeah, I mean, I still feel it in my back. It's like hitting the concrete. When I was sliding on the concrete, I thought I was done sliding, and I opened my eyes, and I was still sliding, and it was all in slow motion.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't see my
Right.
light flashing like they say, but it was just real slow. And then when I just got up, I was in shock and I was so freaked out I was going to get arrested. I was pushing the bike home and the front wheel was locked. And I don't know if you guys know how much a CBR weighs, but I was
Yeah.
literally pushing that sucker with a frozen front wheel. I think
Well, this is where I'm an asshole because I didn't know what happened. And then Dave comes around the corner and he pushes it 2 feet, has to lift it up, push it 2 feet, lift it up because the wheel's like locked all the way to the left or the right, whatever it was. And I'm just like, what the fuck did you do to my car? And I wasn't even looking at him. And then once I looked at him, I was like, holy shit, dude, fuck the bike. Like, what, like, are you okay? But yeah,
skin
he
was
was like
gone, both arms,
bedridden.
knees,
Well,
palms.
that's actually a good friend though, dude, because you weren't when you realized what was going on, you weren't concerned about the bike,
Right.
concerned about your friend.
Yep. But at first I was only concerned about, but once I realized, I was like, holy shit. And then, for like 2 or 3 months, he was road rash from head to toe.
I couldn't put my arms down. People don't realize how bad burns are, but every time I put my arms down, when your heart would beat, it would throb. Every nerve in both arms it was just like fire and stabs. So I had to hold my arms up, like just keep them up above my heart. If I put them down at any time, it was just like nightmare. So yeah, my wife, I came home and I cried like a little baby. I'm like, honey, I think I messed myself up. And I was all drunk. So she took me to the hospital and I was kind of belligerent. And the lady was like digging the rocks out of my arm. And I'm like, I'll do that. I don't want to be charged for this. So I'm like pulling rocks out of my own arm with the iodine or whatever they're putting on me. And the next day I couldn't walk. I realized how much I screwed up.
Yeah, dude, I can't imagine like the pain the following day had to been 10 times worse than what it was that night.
With no beer, yeah. I was
because the alcohol wore off and then the shock wore off, and then you're just like, oh, why do I hurt so bad?
I was just so upset that I had crashed your bike.
He won't let this go. All right, someone help me. DMA, help me, and everyone in chat, help me. He won't let this. I don't give a fuck about the bike, dude. I'm just glad you're okay. But Dave still feels guilty, like he owes me something for it. No,
I'm gonna pay you for the bike one day. I will pay you.
Well, that's if you want to, that's fine. But I don't care, dude. I don't care. I'm just glad you're all right, man. Seriously.
Well, you had insurance on the bike or no?
No, I actually just sold it. I just sold it, so I canceled the insurance, and the next morning I was supposed to bring it to the guy that bought it.
This was our one last ride.
Oh,
it was the one that it was. It was the one last
I can see why Dave feels bad now too. Like,
oh, so
just
bad.
canceled the insurance. I had the bike sold. That's pretty.
But
cool
it's
story actually.
$5,000. It's only $5,000.
Yeah.
Like what's like? I mean, then at the time it was like, yeah, okay, but that was 30 years ago, dude. Who gives a shit,
Oh,
man?
yeah.
Life
It
goes
still
on.
bugs me though, bro, because I'm like, I will get you $5,000 or another bike. It will happen.
And then I'll give it right back to you somehow. I'll figure out a way to give it right back to you. So
I'll
don't
give
worry
it to
about
Nina, and I know Nina won't give it back. She'll keep it. She won't let you have a bike, will she?
No, not especially out here, man. It's dangerous to ride a bike out here. Holy shit. And I love to ride too, but I don't think I would ride a bike out here.
Talking about traffic or roads or what?
Just other drivers, man. People don't like they don't even see other cars, let alone other bikes, you know.
Yeah, you got to drive aggressively now. I think you gotta expect people to run a red light, expect them to roll the stop sign. If you think they're gonna get over on you, just drive like they're going to. That's how I drive. Like when I'm coming up on a red light, I always expect someone maybe to run it. Just extra careful. That's how I taught my kids to drive.
Right. And that Harley you're talking about, you showed me last night when we were talking. nice Harley, dude.
But it's fully dressed, so it's not really like a bike. It's kind of like a luxury.
Yeah, it's a
I want to go
luxury
on a trip.
cruiser type. Which is what I would want now. I wouldn't want another crotch rocket. I'm too old for that shit, man.
Yeah,
Crotch
see, I never
rocket's
had a bike.
uncomfortable, dude.
I never had a bike, so I want a crotch rocket. So actually, I wanted to start out for a beginner bike on a GSXR 600. I know that's still not a good beginner bike, but I want to start out on this bullshit. If I dump it, I dump it. But I know I'm gonna be driving careful at the beginning. But I don't know. I like fast, man. I like fast. So
no, yeah, that's that.
I haven't got over that yet.
The CBR 600
that
I had that up to like 170 on I-94 westbound, and I passed a Michigan State cop, and I was like, well, if I slow down, I'm screwed. So I didn't let up, and I went all the way up to 275, took 275 north all the way up to Ford Road, got off, and dude, I think I was shaking for a good hour after that because my adrenaline. It was the craziest ride I ever took.
If you're going 170, dude, the cop's not even gonna try, man. Because
no, that's what the thing. But I was like, if I slow down, and he did come after me.
Yeah.
So I just kept going, which was
a lot
scary.
of those guys, they don't even register their bikes or have plates or nothing because they know they could just you can get away from them so easy. Like it's, people do it all the time.
Yeah.
You don't have to. And I've seen actually some videos of these guys, these crotch rockets. Like there's these guys in this group and they're driving all crazy, and then there's one guy that's not part of the group. I saw this. It was like a short. And he's like, pull over. And he pulled over and he has a plate and everything's legit. And who are these guys? Like, dude, I don't know them. I'm not with those guys, man. Like, I'm the one that pulled over. Everyone else didn't pull over. Oh, are you just the fall guy just that pulls over so we distract us and like totally being a douchebag, man? And then like, you're like, dude, you're being a total douchebag. The one guy that stopped, it's not even part of it, has his plates, has his registration. Right. And like, it's like, man, like these cops, man, they're crazy. Cause I mean, they're used to people just running from them. So then they just think that everyone's like that, and not everyone's like that. But
right.
I thought about it.
That's true. When you're riding, especially if you're riding solo and you see other bikers, you usually, start riding with them just because it's like a thing,
Yeah.
But then at the same time too, it's like he's the one that's legit, and you're gonna give him shit for being honest and legit, Yeah,
there's definitely some idiots out there that got picked on in school and they got something to prove.
Right. Well, I used to know a dude that actually did that purposely. I know his name was Matt, but I can't remember his full name. But he rode, and that was like his thing. Every weekend he'd be like, I'm gonna see how many times I can get the cops to chase me and get away. As far as I know, he never got busted. So
that's what I'm saying. They don't do, like, you can't catch unless you got a helicopter, dude. Like, you're not gonna. I don't care if they have a supercharged freaking, those cars that the state patrol has. You can't get away because, especially if there's traffic, because you can lane split and all that. Like, there's no way they're catching you. So.
Yep. Exactly.
And like, I don't know. I kind of think like. I mean, I know it's dangerous and you shouldn't do it, but like, really, it's dangerous for the biker though. Like, if a biker is driving negligent and like they hit a car, like the car is very safe. The chances of the person in the car getting hurt is low. It's the guy putting your own life at risk. I mean, I told my friend, I was like, I'm going to get a crotch rock. And he's like, I guess I'll be seeing you at your funeral, bro. Cause he's like, how I am. And guys are like, they want to test it, like he said, you're going 170. Like, you want to at least test it at least once or twice just to see what it can do. Right. And like, that's how it is, man. Like, eventually, I'm saying I'm going to drive safe, and I will, but I mean, of course I'm going to get on it a little bit. I mean, who buys a crotch rocket to not get on it? I mean,
right. No one buys a crotch rocket to ride it like a moped, right?
I crashed your moped too. Come to think of it, I crashed your moped.
Dang.
I was drinking freaking Purple Mad Dog 2020.
Oh, well, that's
driving
why.
home at 1 a.m. and they had like a construction pile of debris in the middle of the road.
I remember. I forgot all about that. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm riding and I'm like looking down and I look up and there's just this huge pile of construction dirt in the road, and I hit it and like did a couple flips, got back on the spree, and then drove home. But yeah, I don't miss drinking. Is what I'm getting at is I don't miss drinking.
Most of my problems have been from drinking. I mean, I still drink every now and then. I mean, I'm having some drinks now, but just to loosen up. But yeah, it's true, man. But like you were saying, you're drinking Mad Dog, and what's his name? Van Life was saying, hey, what was Klein's original name? Klein and Son. But does anyone know what, because Mad Dog is the MD doesn't stand for Mad Dog. It's like a slang term. Does anyone in the chat maybe can say what MD stands for in that MD 2020?
Oh, you mean it's not Mad Dog 2020? I thought it was.
It's that's just the slang term that's been kind of used, but it's actually stands for something else. Yeah.
I never knew that.
Know that.
And I was like, well, we used to drink, remember when we were kids, because you were like broke and you just, like, that's what you used to get when you had $2, but you wanted to get lit. So you get a 40 if like some Still Reserve or something like that. The high gravity, high alcohol content. That's how
I get the Colt 45 or the Old E.
I had it down to a science, man. I knew that a 40 ounce was like 3.5 beers. So if I got 3 40s, I got more beer than a 12 pack for less money.
Especially if you get the high gravity, though. Yeah, that's like 8% alcohol. I mean, then you literally get lit from one.
Yep, that's what me and Tom my buddy Tom in Detroit, we used to do. We used to go early in the morning. You have to do it early in the morning, otherwise you wouldn't get away with it. But we would literally basically rob the beer trucks. As soon as the guy would go in, we go up on the other side, lift the thing, grab what I would like a case of 40s, and we just take off. But you got to do it early in the morning because no one's paying attention early in the morning.
And Steve's just joking about that, YouTube. He never did that. And we love you.
Dude, it was 35 years ago, man.
I know, man. So I'm looking it up. It's an American fortified wine produced by Mogan David.
Yeah, that's what Topspin put in the chat. He is actually the first.
Okay, I missed it.
Yeah, he just put it in for you.
Oh, yeah, okay, right here. I never knew that. No shit.
20% alcohol by volume.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they make that stuff like it's a marketing strategy. They use that specifically to target like people in poverty, like people in lower class neighborhoods who just want to they want to just get something cheap that'll get them drunk. And so that's why they make it with 20% alcohol. Because I typically wine has like 13%, 12%. So they make it purposely like that. So they're like, hey, it's cheap and it's going to get you drunk. Here you go. It's targeted towards, people like maybe in Detroit, right? They're like that type of demographic. Same thing with like 40s. It's the whole reason for 40s. It's cheap, $2. I'm back in now. It's like, I don't know what it is. $3.50, probably $4 for a 40. But when I was in,
shit.
there was $2.
I don't know you're broke if I bought a 40, man, but all I used to drink was 40. But I mean, in my teenage, early 20 years, but I don't remember the last time I bought a 40. But yeah, I remember I'd go to the store in Detroit and I have like $10. I'd be like, hey, man, you buy me like 2 40s and a pack of cigarettes and you can keep the change. And they'd be like, yep. And the change would be like $4, So
you knew we were broke if we bought a tall boy.
Right.
Walking around with a tall boy in a bag. That was
what you call a guy that drinks too much? An Uber. Dad joke.
Oh my
hilarious.
Lord. Oh my.
You guys remember that stuff? I think it was called Cold Train.
Oh yeah.
That was another one of those like cheap things that you could buy.
We drank St. Ides.
St. Ides, yeah, or Boone's Farm too. Remember
Boone's Farm? Yeah, I remember Boone. I liked actually Boone's Farm better than Mad Dog.
Snow Creek Berry Boone's Farm was my
Dave knows
go-to. I could slam 3 bottles a night of that stuff back in the day, man.
I'll never forget the day me and Dave, for some reason, I don't remember the reason. Maybe Dave does, but we just decided let's go to Toronto. We're like, okay. But before we did, Dave took a bottle of Boone's and just slammed it like it was a shot glass. It was just this whole bottle. He's just like, ooh. And I'm just like, all right, we're driving now. Like, you good? He's like, yeah, dude, I just want to get something to drink before we left. So how the fuck did you just do that?
You had a bad breakup. I had a bad breakup that meant that left.
Oh, that's right.
Led to that moment.
Yeah. That's why we went to Toronto. You're trying to get your mind off shit. I remember now.
Out of Michigan. And we were trying to go see our buddy. He was like, I forget who it was. I'll never remember, but he was in a kickboxing tournament. And we were trying to make it to his kickboxing tournament. but we couldn't find it because we were lit, and we were like, found the beer store in Canada. The store is actually called the Beer Store. It is nothing
As
but
soon
beer.
as soon as we got into Windsor, first place beer store, we bought a case of beer. Then we got to Toronto, and we're like, all right, now it's time to head back. And we're like, we don't have enough gas or money.
We were just
We didn't
stupid.
think it through. I mean,
No, slept in the car.
Yep. Pulled in a hotel parking lot, slept in the car.
Yeah, that was fun.
No,
was
dude, it is a
stupid but
great
fun.
memory.
Stupid but
Great
fun.
memory.
We can't tell the prostitute story though.
Nope. I
We
want
didn't
to so bad.
We didn't
I want to
do
so bad.
anything with her, by the way, but
It's just a great story, though, man.
I had a drop top convertible that we were in, and one came up to the car and put her leg up on the door. And we were like, where in the hell are we?
Yeah. Just visualize mini skirt, nothing underneath, putting her leg on the door of a car.
Mayhem. Idiot.
And we just look over and we're like, oh, hey, how's it going?
Yeah, we're like, you Canadians sure are different.
Well, I mean, let's talk about that real quick. Like, what do you guys think? Do you think prostitution should be legal?
I did. You know what? I think I honestly believe it's the whole my body, my choice thing. Really. I mean, if that's what a woman wants to do, then that's her decision, right? As long as she's not being forced into it, then yeah, it's up to her.
That's what I think too. I mean, like the non-aggression principle, right? Which states that the only time force is necessary if somebody else initiates force on you. So it's a voluntary interaction, right? Just like the war on drugs, right? Yeah, like if you like holding someone down and like, forcing them to, put a needle in their arm, yeah, that should be illegal. But like the drugs, it's like it's a voluntary interaction. The same thing with prostitution. It's like, it's legal as long as it's recorded and filmed and then you pay taxes on it, then it's legal, right, to have sex for money. But if you're just like on the street, then it's illegal. And yeah, of course there's risks associated with it, there's diseases and stuff like that. But I mean, again,
that's still a personal choice, right?
But there's risks with everything. Like you can't just ban everything. You can't protect everyone from everything. I mean, you get in a car accident driving down the road, and if that's what your concern is, well, then maybe you just don't have sex with prostitutes, or you know what I mean, or like maybe you be responsible and like you get a test before you have sex with somebody unprotected. That's what I do. Like if I'm like, okay, this is my person now I'm gonna go get a test, and like you're getting a test, like it's what I do. And then, okay, you're both clean. Okay, now we're good. Like that, you do stuff like that, you'd be responsible. But I mean, like, I think that's just like another example of government just overstepping their bounds, is, trying to make every single thing, like, control every single aspect of every person's life. And it's taking it too far.
And no, it is. And like you said, too, it's like, then if it is legal, it's taxed. And so the only reason it's legal is because the government's still making their money off of it.
Yeah, if there's enough money to be made, it's fine. Because like, porn industry is like a multi-billion-dollar industry, right? So of course they don't want to miss out on all that tax dollars. So, but that's the thing. It's like, if all of a sudden people stopped watching it, they'd be like, politicians would be like, oh, let's make it illegal, it's bad, But like, same thing with like the alcohol, you know what I mean? Like they tried prohibition, it didn't work because everyone wanted it. So okay, well, I mean, we'll make it legal, because everyone wants it. But again, if it's not hurting you directly, like you don't have to, just like Flex Your Freedoms in your intro was saying, right? He's like, I'm paraphrasing, but this is my version of what he said. It's like, hey, you don't have to endorse an idea to believe they have the right to do it, right? And so if it's not hurting you, like, somebody could feel a certain way about maybe gay marriage or something, but is it hurting you? Maybe that's go against your religion, but like, is it really hurting you? Like, do you want to really like, forbid it and like lock someone in a cage for it or something? You know what I mean? Like people just need to come.
And that's the way I look at it, because who am I, or who is anybody else to say what anybody else can do? Because each person is their own person. So that, as long as that person isn't physically hurting or taking things that don't belong to them from somebody else, then who is anyone to say anything?
Yeah. Exactly. What do you think, Dave?
I never had a need for one, so I don't understand the premise of it, but like, cause I never had a problem getting a girlfriend or something, or I don't know. Me myself, I probably would never do it just because of, disease and whatnot.
But do you think someone should be locked in a cage for doing it?
Right. Should someone go to prison because they
I don't think
picked
so.
up
I
a
mean,
prostitute, or because should the prostitute be put in prison because she wanted to do that to make money?
morally, I'm more conservative. Morally, I think they shouldn't do it, but I don't think that kids should see it. I think there should be like a district for it somewhere where, like families and that stuff should be separated. You know what I mean?
But the free market takes care of that, though. Like people aren't going to be prostituting in like some rich neighborhood in Beverly Hills because there's no market for it there, right? They're going to go more to the place where people are going to want that stuff, where there's not really kids around. That's what I think. I think the free market can just, because I agree with that, but the free market kind of take care of that on its own without government intervention. Just like Vegas, there's a county in Vegas like where it's legal, and like there's no kids out, like there's no children out doing around, can see that stuff. So
overall, though, I think personally that I'm not. I think it does hurt people, but that's just how I feel. I think it does, in some emotional capacity, hurt a woman. There are just women that like it, but I think it just depends why they're doing it, I guess.
Well, no, that's what I was saying. As long as they're not being forced into it,
right?
Because then that changes everything. But
Well,
if that's
they
what
got
they want
kids,
to
you know what
do,
I mean? And there's no way. It just, I don't know. There's so many topics you could bring up when, like, if they're doing it just to do it because that's what they like to do, that's their business. I wouldn't get involved. But like, I remember going to a boob bar when I was young, and I looked up at the lady, and the lady's talking to me, and I'm like, I asked her, can I ask you why you do this? And she said, because my kids, the old man left, and I got 2 kids, and I can't get a job because I'm a felon. And
well,
I gave her $20 and I got up and walked out. And I said, I hope that something else comes along for you. But you could just tell that she was about to cry and whatever. And I just felt bad.
I got so many questions for that lady though, because why is she a felon? And again, that all goes back to that's the government that turned her into a felon, that made her have to make those decisions to go down that path.
Well, Trump's a felon now, so I mean, anybody can be a felon now, I guess.
I believe any politician's a felon, but
the majority of people, majority of Americans are felons. They just didn't get caught. There's 2 people in the United States. There's felons, and then there's people that didn't get caught. So like I would remember my my aunt. I made something on Facebook this years ago about, I can't get a job because I'm a felon, and like it's so hard. I never realized how difficult it was, and my aunt was like, well, it's your fault that you got a felony, and like you know it's your own fault and stuff. And I was like, what? I was like, I remember hearing stories about you and my uncles freaking like doing coke and all kinds of stuff. Like, you just never got caught, dude. Like, that's the difference.
Right.
Like think about it. Like, how many judges and prosecutors like experimented with coke in college, or like minor stuff. Like, I gave my friend a bowl of weed. Like, that's a felony. That's distribution of marijuana. Like, people commit felonies literally people commit felonies all the time, like multiple times a year, and they don't even realize they're doing it. Like there's so many people that are locked in a cage for committing a felony that it's like victimless, or
but then marijuana is legal now in a lot of places. So it's,
and there's still people to this day locked in a cage in Colorado for weed crimes. It's been legal for now for what, 10, 15 years or whatever. Still
right. But there's still,
See, I think that's crap, because I don't see that as hurting anybody but yourself, if it does hurt you, but unless you're hurting other people. But most people don't hurt people when they're high.
See, like the government in Colorado is using weed tax dollars. They're using the sale of marijuana and then taxing it so that they can pay their bills. Meanwhile, there's people to this day who are in prison for selling weed to pay their bills. You see how hypocritical and like messed up that is? Like, if you're going to be able to say, hey, we're going to tax weed to help pay our bills, you should at least have the decency to say, okay, well, we're going to at least pardon everyone that before this law was passed, that you're not going to have to be in prison anymore for selling weed to pay your bills, right? That's why I say that government is the epitome of do as I say, not as I do.
Yep. Especially because the government's the one that brought crack.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, they brought crack into the streets and then made it illegal. And then it's just, I don't know. How can you trust a system that's not trustable?
Are made synthetically in a lab funded by, if not directly through the government. Most of the best drugs.
Well, I just thought this just reminded me of something, because the other night I went on JS Urban. Shout out to JS Urban, but I went on his panel because we were talking about the whole, you know, government and all this shit. And so okay, drugs are illegal. Like, people shouldn't be able to do like heroin and like the hardcore drugs, like, and then just like you were saying, but people are still in prison for weed, but now weed's legal. All right, now go to or what about Big Pharma? That's legal. Big Pharma, I'm surprised I'm still alive, to be honest. I was popping like up to 20 Vicodins a day just to feel normal. But doctors were giving it to me, right? So that's okay, right? But people are in prison for weed?
Mm-hmm.
Like, doctors are just well-dressed drug dealers.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. Yeah, Big Pharma. Well-dressed drug dealers. Yep.
And it's also like if you are, let's say, like, okay, well, this judge and this prosecutor, right, and this doctor, they drink a 12-pack of beer and like 5 shots every Friday night, right, and they get lit. Well, like, what if there's some other guy that, hey, I want to alter my consciousness in a different way than drinking alcohol, and I want to do some coke, or I want to do heroin, and I'm not pro coke or pro heroin. I'm not pro alcohol either. I mean, I do drink, but I don't have like a serious issue with it. But if somebody else wants to intoxicate their mindset in a different way than you do, how are you going to say that, well, you're doing something we don't like, so we're going to lock you in a cage? I mean, a drug's a drug, dude. I mean, alcohol is arguably, and I think most people would probably agree, the worst one, because it intoxicates you more than other drugs, so that you get in a car and you kill. I mean, it kills more people than all the other drugs combined. Right. Mm-hmm. So how are you going to say that alcohol's fine? Like, when people say, oh, you're a druggie and blah, 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 and they talk trash, and like, meanwhile, they're smoking a cigarette, they're like eating some McDonald's, and they got a beer in their hand. Right. It's like, what are you talking about, dude? What do you think you're doing? You know what I mean? When people seem to get past that stigma of like alcohol's okay, but Coke isn't, or something,
Meanwhile, we're overseas in Afghanistan watching over the poppy fields, the biggest poppy fields in anywhere on the globe.
Yeah.
And we have our hands in all that stuff.
Yeah.
And especially with weed too, because I don't like the effect of weed personally, but it's natural. It's a natural plant, and it really is pharmaceutical. It naturally heals a lot of diseases. So coming from someone that doesn't even smoke the shit, that's for it, like, who is anyone to say, Kurt, there's my brother Kurt from Detroit. What's up, Kurt?
Yeah, I'm trying to get him to go to the casino with me.
Oh yeah, dude. Yeah, Kurt, what are you waiting for?
Oh, you don't want to leave Justine for 5 minutes. That's his woman. They got like that Cinderella relationship, the perfect relationship.
If you're talking about weed and like it has medicinal benefits, and weed, I don't know what it's called. It's like a class 2 or class 1, whatever it is. The federal government still to this day classifies it as, I don't know if it's class 1 or class 2, but it's classified as a drug that has 0 medicinal benefits. Like, even heroin isn't classified as weed. Heroin is considered to have medicinal benefits, but weed has none. And it's still federally illegal. Yeah.
I'm just wondering if they, how they have people still in jail, like you were saying. I'm just wondering if it has something to do with like on the federal level, because states all have it legalized, but still on a federal level, it is still illegal. So anytime the feds wanted, they can come into the state and actually arrest people.
Yeah.
Because I think federal law supersedes state law.
And when they first started this, state legal stuff, the feds were doing that. They were coming in and like busting up dispensaries and stuff. And then it was during the Obama administration. And Obama, one thing that he did that I agreed with was he told the feds to just lay off. You know what I mean? Like, hey, we're not making it federally legal, but we're not going to also go in there and disrupt that too. So.
Yeah, I've never really understood. It's like, okay, we have two sets of laws.
Yeah, right there.
It's all decided by different states, and it's hard to understand what's what because every state has different laws.
Yeah. Well, but like what JM said too, they're genetically altering it now that it's legal in certain states or wherever it is, and that's why you can buy it legally because it's genetically altered.
Bro, I'm actually scared of weed. The weed that they make now compared to maybe what we smoked when we were kids occasionally.
The natural shit.
I would be probably freaking out, hiding in a corner somewhere if I smoked it.
Right.
That's how I feel when I smoked a dab for the first time. Because I'm not really a big pothead either. Like I smoke pot sometimes, but I used to have, like an eighth a day habit back in the old days, but like now it's kind of an occasional thing. But with the first time I smoked dabs, I was like uncomfortably high. I was like, didn't like it. It was like too much, man. So like the more you smoke, the more your tolerance gets up and then you can handle it. You don't get that anxiety feeling. But those for like true potheads, man. But I was just like, ooh, this is
paranoia.
That again, that's too much.
Yeah. That's why I don't like smoking because I paranoia every time.
We used to get the Mexican red hair back in the day. It was nice and mild.
I remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember I remember back in the old days, dude, back in like the early 2000s, I used to slang swag. I used to get a pound for like 500. It was literally the swag. And it looked like it was wrapped like a VHS cassette tape. That's what it looked like. This little square brick. And it was hard as shit, dude. And you'd have to bust it up and tear it up and sell all the seeds in it and stuff. And like back then, like dank was like a rarity, like you could still get dank, but it was harder to get. And like nowadays, like in Colorado, I don't even think you could literally find swag, even if you were trying. Like I have no idea where I could find some. It's like gone. You couldn't get it.
After Mexican red hair, I think they went up to skunk and then it was hydro. And then I'm not sure after that.
Yeah, I remember all that skunk weed and then, hydro. And dank, I remember, dank.
Well, dank is dank is the same as kind bud or chronic. It's just like that high quality weed. And then hydro is actually, I think from my knowledge, it's actually less. It's not as good as plant as soil grown weed, but it's more efficient. It's like more productive. You can get more out of it growing it hydro than you can growing it in soil.
I remember the skunk would require 1 to 2 hits of that, and I'd be done. Versus the Mexican red hair, it might be the whole joint with someone else. So,
and then Van Life says, I miss hash. You can actually like I used to make my own hash with my trim. I still save my trim for one of these days, I'll do it. Just save all your stems and shit. And you take all your stems and you put it into like a mason jar or something, and you pour some rubbing alcohol in it. It's got to be the 92% though, and you let it sit overnight. And then you pour it into like a glass, those glass, oven dishes. I don't know what they're called, but like it's the glass one. You cook brownies in them and stuff. You just pour it into there and it's like a yellow liquid. And then you just let it sit overnight. And once all the water evaporates out of it, it turns into hash. It's just like this gooey stuff. And then you just take a razor blade and you scrape it. And then that's hash. You can make hash that way too. And then you just put it on top of a bowl or something, and the bowl will last. You put a little teeny, like a pea size, not even a pea, like a half a pea size amount onto a bowl. It lasts like 50 hits. Yeah, Pyrex. Damn. Kurt says, yeah, it's Pyrex.
The one time I did hash.
If you want to know, hold on real quick, Dave. But if you want to know anything about any of this, Kurt Kasprick he knows.
Yeah, trust me. He knows what I'm talking
about.
Go
ahead, Dave. Go ahead.
I was going to say the only time I ever hit hash twice, I felt like I was going to die. I felt like I was falling backwards off of a mountain for like 6 hours. And I was like, I'm going back to the Mexican red hair, bro, because I don't know if they added something to it, but it was a terrible experience for me. I was on a waterbed too. And I was like, oh my God, I'm dying. Literally just falling.
Even if you had too much to drink on a waterbed experience with anything is not a good experience.
No.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I actually had a waterbed when I was a kid.
Hey, look at Ronnie. What's up, Ronnie?
Ronnie's in the house.
Oh, we got Howard County Observer in the house too. I haven't seen him in a while. What's
Oh,
up,
hey.
brother?
What's up, Howard? Good to see you, bro.
Yeah, but like there's this one strain that I was smoking. I can't remember the name of it right now, but it was like it was a CBD. Because a lot of the weed that you buy, someone was saying about taking the medicinal parts out of it, it doesn't have CBD in it. It's just got THC. But there's this one CBD strain that I like, and I think I have some over there. I got to figure out what it is, but it's like a lower THC. It's only like 10% THC or something, and it's a lot more CBD.
Mm-hmm.
And I like that. It's kind of like probably like in the 70s what they would smoke. You smoke a whole joint and like you just chill. And I like that because I can sit there and I can smoke a joint and just like I'm smoking a cigarette or something and just chill and take a few puffs. But like, yeah, this new stuff, man. Like when Direct D was over here, dude, at Jim Freedom, like they're potheads, bro, and they're smoking bowl after bowl. And like I was like, all right, guys, I don't smoke like that, but I'll take a couple of hits with you guys. And I'd take a hit here and there because like, if I smoke like them, because they're used to smoking, I'd be couch locked. I'd be like not talking and quiet and like gravity times 8. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I would be like that, but then also paranoid as shit. Then I'd be like, what are these guys planning, dude? They're planning to kill me, or I would just my mind goes those crazy directions.
Yeah. No, you're the same. Like you're right, dude. We are on like an energetic level, like a vibration the same, because you're the same way I am on a lot of things.
Yep. That's crazy though.
Where are we at on time, brother?
Ronnie, oh shit. Oh wow, it's already been 2 hours, dude. That's a damn good show. If 2 hours goes by and it feels like 15 minutes.
Show.
Yeah, I was having a good time. I'm down to stay for a little bit longer. I mean, you guys don't have to
cool.
Yeah.
Just didn't want to hold you.
No. Yeah, I know I said like, oh, I got court tomorrow, and I do, but I'm probably midnight is probably like for me, maybe 45. I don't know how long you guys want to go, but probably by midnight, I probably definitely got to bounce out of here. But,
okay, cool.
Yeah, we can do that for sure. So yeah, what's the because I was actually gonna ask this earlier, but shit, conversation was going so good. But what's the court for? Is it for the one of your videos that you had where you had the run-in?
Yeah. I got court so much. But yeah, this one is actually another appearance for the flashlight with Direct D and Jim Freedom.
Okay.
So this one is technically my third court appearance. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't even know what it is. But I'm hoping they're just going to eventually drop it because, I mean, the fact of the matter is my attorney's like, hey, we could literally argue that flashing a flashlight can't be construed as construction because the obstruction law in Colorado, you have to use physical force, physical interference, threaten to use physical interference or an obstacle. So physical interference means physical, like I have to touch you. I have to like slap a paper out of your hand, or like I have to put myself right in front of you being an obstacle. So you have to like walk around me in your crime scene. Like that's physical interference. So like flashing a flashlight, I mean, that's like saying, okay, well, the cops, when they're, every time I turn and like my lights flash the cop at a light, nighttime, like, is that physical? Is that obstruction? So, but the fact is like, we don't even need to argue that because he didn't do it. I mean, we have Direct D admitting on his own video that it was me, you arrested the wrong guy. And plus, like, how am I as the driver, the cop was on the right side, I'm on the left side driving. How am I, and it came from the rear window, how am I going to like reach over while I'm trying to drive my truck and like flash somebody? You know what I mean? They just did it because they knew it was me and they were just going to arrest me no matter what because they're trying to retaliate because it's Sheridan.
Yeah, retaliation.
Yeah, that's all it is. It's just like I've tried to do public records requests from Sheridan, and like they just completely ignore me, and like they say, oh, we can't, and they ignore me, anything else, and I literally have to get my attorney involved. My attorney gets involved. Now all of a sudden they're willing to give me the records request. They're retaliating. I just try to get records requests now with Sheridan. I've been trying to do it for 3 months now. Completely, they haven't responded to one single request. I called them and say, hey, I send in a records request. No one's even responded. Oh, I'll get with Commander Conley. We'll call you back. That was already 2 months ago. Like, they just completely ignore me. So now my attorney, I'm talking to him tomorrow, and I'm sure I can get him. It's like, I'll get you a letter. I'll get you a letter. So he's going to have to draft me up a letter and sign it, and then probably they'll comply, because once they see something with, you know, an attorney with letterhead on it, like, oh, okay, now we better comply. You know what I mean? We better follow the law now. Like, we want this guy DMA to follow the law, but we can't even follow our own laws. It's just it's crazy how corrupt they are.
Nobody's sure what the laws even are, man. That's the weird part.
Right.
It's like it's all open to interpretation what they mean now. So they can bend them one way or the other to screw you or not to screw you. It's up to them.
Yeah. And they
I've still yet to see a cop tell you what the first or the 5 elements of the First Amendment are. I've even heard cops say, oh, well, it's your right to remain silent. It's like, that's the 5th. Like, you don't even know what the amendments are, but you took an oath to uphold those amendments, you know?
That's an issue too. Like, that's the thing is it's government is the only job you can have a government job where you don't have to be trained. Everyone is able to, like the city council members, the mayors, the cops, they all swear an oath to the Constitution, but there's no training on the Constitution. Like, a doctor can't become a doctor until he goes to school and takes a test and proves that he knows what he's doing. And then if he commits malpractice, he could lose his license and be forbid to ever practice medicine again. But in the government, you just raise your hand. I swear an oath to this document that I have no clue what any of it means, or I've never even read it. Right. And then when the cop, when they violate your rights, they don't lose their license like a doctor would.
Yeah.
Like, they get
doctors,
I mean,
doctors don't have qualified immunity. Exactly.
Yeah.
That's
I agree with that 100%.
To a document, you should at least know what. Like, I don't know all 27 amendments. I don't. I know, like, the Bill of Rights pretty good, and like I know the 14th Amendment. I know some, but I didn't swear an oath to defend it, right? And like, if you're going to swear an oath to it, and I've had cops on my panel before, and there was like, dude, they spend 1 day out of the 6-month training in Colorado. I mean, actually, I don't know if it's 6 months or 3 months, whatever it is. They spend 1 day, 8 hours out of the whole thing on the Constitution. That's it. Like, that should be the main part. I mean, the main focus of their job is to uphold the Constitution. But see, they don't want you to actually, the reason they don't do that, just the same reason why they don't teach civics in high school anymore, because it's a government ran school, and the government doesn't want to teach you how to revolt against your own government. So it's the same thing with the cops. They don't want cops to really know the Constitution in and out, because if they did that, a lot of the cops would refuse to enforce these unconstitutional laws, right? And they wouldn't be like, because they push you, hey, get everyone's ID, get everyone's ID. You know what I mean? They wouldn't push you to do that. Maybe they wouldn't do it as much. Or there's so many, every state and municipality has laws that are unconstitutional. And so if they realize what they were doing, maybe they wouldn't do it. And it's just, they don't want people to know it. They want people to be order followers. They want people just smart enough to just file the paperwork and write the reports, but they don't want people too smart to where they can like question, wait, should I be doing this? Just like there's actually a story, it's kind of an older one, but if you have too high of an IQ, there was a guy that tested too high on the test, and his IQ was too high. They denied him from being a police officer because he was too smart, and he tried to file a lawsuit, and he got denied. He couldn't file the lawsuit, or he lost. No. And so that's the thing. You know, if you're a smart motherfucker, like if your IQ is like not even that smart, you're like a 110. They don't want 110 motherfuckers in there. They want like average 100, 95 to 105 IQ people.
Because then they know you're going to do what you're told and not ask questions. And it's, that's so true. So true. And you know what? That's why Dave never became a cop.
Yeah, I went to school to be a cop.
But Dave didn't do it how all the other cops do it. He just didn't go to the school or whatever. He actually took college classes to learn it.
I took government, and
he learned it. Who does that? How many cops do you know that actually did that?
Yeah.
But Dave never did it. Why? Because he's too smart. Not because they didn't allow him, because he decided himself that I can't do this.
Well, I didn't feel like I could do it without being a hypocrite. And also did not.
That's why they don't want you. They don't want people with higher IQs.
I wanted to make changes. I wanted to help. I legitimately wanted to help, you know, because I see my neighborhood changing and I wanted to help fix it. But
You can help from like being a cop. Like some people think I can help being a cop, and like I don't know if you guys know Detective Matt Thornton is a good cop, and he's helping. But the issue is I don't know if you know Detective Matt Thornton, but he's like a cop that calls out other cops, and like he loves First Amendment auditors. He gave me a shout out too. He said he calls cops out on the same shit that we do, like my name's right here and officer safety and all this stupid stuff that they say. And he's like, you're making us look bad, man. But like even Detective Matt Thornton didn't start out Detective Matt Thornton, right? Like he started out as a rookie, like sitting at the bottom of the hill with his radar gun probably, and like just pulling people over and like stealing money from them, right? So that's the thing, is you have to like work your way. You have to like, oh, if I want to help people in my community, I got to spend 5 years like screwing people over for stupid stuff, or otherwise I won't have a job, and then I could maybe go solve some real crimes. You know, that's the problem. Is that law enforcement has become a business now, and it shouldn't be a business.
You're right, because I've been in court before on a certain day, and there'll be 27 people in the court. I've gotten a ticket, and every single person got a ticket at the same spot, on the same road, on the same day, and they all gave them the same impeding traffic instead of the speeding, and we're all there for the same thing. And I'm like, this is a racket.
Yeah,
it's
there he
racket.
Is. Yeah, it's a total racket.
I never heard of this guy. Hold on, I gotta subscribe.
You gotta subscribe to the dude. He's badass. You should. There's a video that he did semi recently. He's done a few videos on my channel, but
pop that link, will you? Because I can't get it.
Oh, yep.
And then he actually, I talked to him. He wants to come up and do an interview. I don't really do interviews, kind of like we're doing now, just like chop it up. But you know, he's a busy guy, so hopefully we can get him up on the DMA channel at some point too.
That'd be cool.
But
I've been trying to get on here for a while too. Is here's the deal, Brian.
Yeah, he's hard. He's kind of hard to get a hold of.
Dude, I know he's a busy dude, man, but
yeah, he's a cool dude. He's done a few showcases of my channel too, back in when I first started.
So this guy is an active detective right now?
Yeah, he's an active detective.
No way you just said that. No, that's the First Amendment.
Bro, stop it. Get some help.
I used to
you know the Fourth Amendment. What is it?
I know it.
So what is it? What is it?
The right of freedom.
No way you just said that. No, that's the First Amendment.
Bro, stop.
That's funny.
Yeah, he's funny, dude. And I have this video too of it's a viral video. It's got like 6.3, or I think it's got like 6.5 million views now. And it has like over 10, like people have taken it and put it on their Facebook pages. It's got like over 10 million views. It's a viral video when I was in Albuquerque, and this woman officer, totally cool and like totally respecting our rights and being totally chill. And it was a great interaction, man. And Detective Matt Thornton showcased it. And he's like, man, I love this. And he's like, I wish if all police officers acted like this, you know, you guys wouldn't be making us look bad, you know? But it's funny because the trolls, they can't even appreciate an amazing interaction that everyone loves. Oh, great interaction from both the auditor and the police officer. There was no dispute. It was nothing bad. It was just her respecting our rights and me reciprocating that. You know, I'm not out here to like harass cops and make cops look bad. Like, you are the one that either makes or breaks the situation. I'm just there peacefully minding my business, recording, you know, from a safe distance. And if you want to come up and get butthurt and like create a conflict, and then everyone wants to blame me that I created the conflict, right? So that's an example of how you don't have to do that. And then the troll still, oh, you were trying to create a conflict, but she wasn't buying into it, or, you know, you're just trying to harass her and she didn't buy into it. I'm like, dude, you hate me so bad that you can't even appreciate a good interaction that I'm having with a police officer. It's like, you can't, those people will never, like, people say, oh, go up on this channel and debate this guy, this troll channel. I'm like, why? Like, it only helps their channel grow. Like, I'm not convincing them. Like, when you have a debate with someone, you have to be able to sit down and be like, is this person capable of having an open mind to where they could actually listen to understand what I'm saying? Or are they just going to listen to respond? And if that, because I'm always open to having
I mean, because are they there to just debate or argue, or are they there? Because I was just saying this the other day. It's like, because and this is how I've lived my whole life. It's like, I've been wrong about many things, and the reason I found out is because I'm open-minded and I listen, and then I'm like, Oh shit. I didn't look at it that way. I didn't think of it that way. Thank you for letting me know that, because now I'm looking at it different. Or is it people that are just like, doesn't matter what you say, because they're just like, all right, my mind's already made up. You did it. It's your fault, and it doesn't matter what you say, and it's just a waste of time. You know,
Total waste of breath, man. Like you can't. It's like you're wasting your own energy. You know, you're like it's like
Yep.
pulling your own hair out. It's like why even bother with that? Anything that costs you your peace, it's too expensive.
So DMA, I have a question. So what do you think? How do we go forward and fix this problem? Like, I know there's a disconnect, a mistrust. What would it take for the police to earn people's respect again? What do you think it would take? It's a tough question, I know, but like I'm always trying to find an answer other than division.
Well, I think number one, I think if we wanted to keep the state, there's two answers. There's if we keep the current state of government that we have now, there's an answer, or there's like the final solution, which is I think, you know, to live in a voluntary society, which is more of a radical idea. And people think it's utopian, but I think that it's really utopian to say, hey, let's give all the government the power and all the guns, and then say, hey, just limit yourself. But I think that, and even Lackluster has made videos on this where he says, hey, we could be better off in a society without police, you know, because having police currently, it doesn't work, and police don't actually they don't prevent crime. They don't, right? They show up after the crime's committed and they write a report, and maybe they catch the guy and maybe they don't. But the point is, they don't actually prevent the crime. But given the current state that we have, I think the best thing that we could do is it's the training in the academies and the supervisors. And I've said this in videos, is that one thing is to educate that maybe First Amendment auditors, we're not here to antagonize and create a confrontation, but it has to start with the supervisors, because if the supervisors don't buy into it, it's not going to work, because human beings are followers by nature, right? And so they're just going to follow with whatever the leaders say, because those are the people that are telling them what to do, and that's what where their job security comes from. So if the sergeants and the lieutenants and the captains aren't buying into that, they're going to go off whatever they say, and they're going to be like, oh, they're just antagonizers, right? And another thing, it starts with the academy, like my attorney said, and I've had police officers on my panel, and my attorney has told me, in the academy, they ingrain into your brain, hey, you could be unalived at any moment. Don't let anyone walk behind you. Always watch your six. That's why they're always scared of us and officer safety. And, oh, you got that cane, put that cane down. Remember that guy that had the little thing, he was picking up trash outside of the road, and they're like, that's a weapon, man, put it down. Like, that's because the training, or like, hey, man, anything's a weapon. You could be unalived, right?
They instill fear into them.
Yep.
Thinking officer safety.
And that's the main thing. And then another thing too is that type of training attracts people. So if you look, you can look, don't take my word for it, you can Google it. There's dozens of articles that people with narcissistic personality disorder, or at least people who display narcissistic traits, are attracted to jobs of law enforcement because those jobs give them authority over others, right? Yep. And so when you're enabling that behavior and saying, hey, you know, watch out for everyone, and everyone could be, you know, a threat, somebody with a cane, that's a weapon. Now people are like, hey, that's a weapon. So now I can go and be this job, and I can enforce my authority over everyone. So I think if the training, if you take away that type of training, and like other countries do that, where they don't train people like that, and the police don't act that way, because it's not attracting those narcissistic those narcissistic personality people to that job. It's attracting people that want to truly serve their community. So I think that's the main thing is the training in the academy, which was the main root of it. And then if you do that, it's like, you know, shit rolls downhill. So now you're going to have those type of personalities that aren't there to be power tripping in positions of power. And they're not going to say, oh, they're just trying to antagonize. They're going to be like, hey, you know what, man, they're just here to exercise their rights. That's it. It's a training issue, I think. It starts at the academy.
So we're talking about first things first, education, constitutional rights, mandatory classes like that. Maybe like it's different with every minority too. Like if you're in a white neighborhood, it's completely different than if you were in a black neighborhood. Like how you talk to people, because they, you know what I'm saying? Like if you tell me, give me your license, I'm probably like, yes, sir. Whereas down there, they might get a different attitude. So they need a lot of training to deal with people. but I'm trying to find like the connect where we can all reconnect somehow.
Well, that's the hard part for me though, anyway, because I mean that's how actually I started getting into the 1A community. And when I was, I don't know, I considered myself like a far right wing, Trump guy back in 2019, 2020. And when I was at one of those flag waving things, whatever, and it was when everyone had to wear a mask or whatever, and I never wore one. And this cop just like grabs me and he's like, I need your ID. And I'm like, for what? And even then, I knew nothing about 1A community or anything at the time. But he's like, well, we just said, and I'm like, but I didn't do anything. So I'm not wearing a mask. So you need my, like, it just didn't seem right. You know what I mean? And that's when I started looking into 1A community, and I found it real quick. And till this day, I'm embarrassed about that. It's like, if I could go back in time and do anything different, I'd go back to that and be like, no, you're not getting my ID. But I gave it to him. That's when I turned from bootlicker to fuck the police,
That's the same story with me, bro. And I say, behind every single First Amendment auditor is a police officer who turned him into one. So they literally are perpetuating what they don't like. Like, everyone knows when you see a First Amendment auditor, and there's certain people that are actually smart enough to realize this. You see a First Amendment auditor, you just leave them alone. Hey, how you doing? Can I give you anything? You want a bottle of water? They're going to get bored and they're just going to leave. Like, if you don't want them there, just be nice to them and treat them like any other person that didn't have a camera. But like, behind every First Amendment auditor is a guy like me who, and like Adam Kokesh says, this man right here, the first people that are going to be attracted to the message of liberty aren't going to be the people that the system treat well. It's not the valedictorians, right? It's the misfits and the punks. It's the people who got the short end of the stick firsthand when it comes to government. And so, like me, I remember like being a passenger in a car, and the cops come up and demanding ID from every person, and I'm like, oh, okay, I guess he's the cop. He knows what he's doing. I guess I have to give my ID. And then I kind of was watching Adam Kokesh, and it kind of led me into audits, because he's not an auditor. He's a civil liberties activist, but the algorithm led me into audits. And that's when I started learning. And I was like, oh my God, like, I've had my rights violated dozens of times. And that's why I say, that's the slogan on my channel. If you don't know your rights, you don't have any. And it's true. You only have rights if you know them. And like, they're like a muscle. And like, I can drink protein shakes every day, but that doesn't actually put on muscle. You actually have to exercise. The protein shake only helps you with building muscle. Same thing with the Constitution. The Constitution doesn't give you rights. You have natural rights, but the Constitution protects your rights. So if you exercise your rights, then you have them. But otherwise, they're literally just, articles written down on a piece of paper that it's nothing, right? So people say, it's literally everyone that started this stuff, like you, Steve, and me, everyone, it's because they realize, oh shoot, man, like, I remember when I got my rights violated. That's true. They don't even realize that it's happening to them.
Yeah. And that's like they say too, like, back to blue till it happens to you. But the thing is, it's happening to people and they don't even realize it's happening to them, because they're just thinking, oh, that's the cop. So he's the good man. He's here to protect us. So I'm going to do whatever he says. It's like, really? Like, whatever he says, it doesn't make it okay. Like, and they just feed their
Well, what it does, it's enabling behavior. So 99.9% of the time when a cop says, hey, I need your ID, people get intimidated and they say, okay, here you go, because they don't want to get arrested. And so what you're doing, you're enabling.
I got nothing to hide.
And you're saying, okay, well, I bullied unlawfully, the last 110 people out of just handing me their ID. And so then somebody that knows their rights says, well, what crime do you suspect me of committing? Now all of a sudden they're like, their ego takes a hit and they're like, how dare this peasant even question my authority? And then they start getting all rude and saying, oh, it's obstruction and I'm going to arrest you and all this stupid shit, right? And that's the problem. That the more that you allow it, what you allow is what you teach. Okay. So people will treat you how you allow them to treat you. That's why I say it's okay to be assertive and have healthy boundaries. But if you have no boundaries, it's like people say, oh, qualified immunity is gone in Colorado. So That doesn't mean anything. You know why? Because people aren't filing lawsuits, right? It only matters if you file the lawsuit. But still, first of all, 99% of the people are just going to hand over their ID anyways. Second of all, even the activists, they don't actually file the lawsuits. There's lots of activists who just toss shit up on YouTube and that's it, right? You have to actually put in the work and actually sue them, right? So if you're allowing it, it doesn't matter if qualified immunity is gone or anything. Like they're just going to keep
that's so true.
You're reinforcing that behavior.
Yep, that's so true. And real quick, Kurt Kaspic, my brother from Detroit, I have faith that your son's going to do well too, because his son's going to be a canine cop in Michigan. But just remember this conversation though. Make sure that it doesn't go to his head. Make sure he's doing it for the right reasons, which I know he is doing it for the right reasons, and that's why I have faith.
Yeah, Kurt's 100%.
Yeah, Kurt, I love Kurt, man. Love that guy. I can't wait to go to Michigan and meet him in person.
Yeah, since I have kids and stuff, that's the reason I'm asking the question is how do we get back to maybe some
right? Yeah, how do we
some sort of undivision? Because I have kids that grow up here in this world, and I don't want them to be afraid, and I don't want the police to be afraid of it. It just creates so much tension. We gotta try to cool it off a little bit somehow if we can.
I think, like DMA was saying earlier, how it starts with the training,
education.
I think to bridge the gap, it needs to start higher up. I mean, because above, I mean, all the way up to the president, really. Because look what Trump's trying to do. He's trying to like indemnify police, which means they could do whatever the fuck they want, just like the Nazis did, right?
Yeah.
So that's not a good thing.
No, and that's another thing too, is I've never been a supporter of any president because I don't believe in having rulers. People that know me know that I'm, like an anarchist, anarcho-capitalist. I believe in the abolition of the state completely, but I believe that we actually can live in a voluntary society and that everything that the government, that people think we have to have the government for, can instead be provided peacefully through the free market. But I mean, we go into that. But what I want to say is that when Trump was president, given the current state of government that we do have, I would agree. I think probably even the Democrats would agree that, yeah, the country was much better off when Trump was here. Now it's like Biden's trying purposely to ruin the country. That's how bad it is. But there's a lot of people in our community that Trump 2024 and Trump this. And like, I was thinking, okay, I was kind of like pro-Trump. Like, I was like, well, at least if Trump can win in 2024, like maybe inflation will go down a little bit. Like, maybe I could, afford some more stuff. But like, you can't, people literally are like 1A activists who literally support Trump, man. And they're like Trump, they're wearing their back, the Make America Great Again hat, knowing that Trump wants to give cops unlimited qualified immunity. How can you're a First Amendment auditor and want to hold cops accountable and then back Trump after he said that? Like, it's just mind-blowing. It's like, that's the brainwashing that I'm talking about. Oh, I know. And he shouldn't do that, but no, fuck that. Dude, what are you here?
It's the whole, well, if you weigh it out, like there's only like the red flag laws and indemnifying them, but everything else is really good. So it's like, no, you're still like, like Brian from Here's the Deal says, you're still picking the less of two evils. You're still picking evil.
Yeah.
And
when you say, well, he's the lesser of two evils, what you're saying is that evil is necessary, right?
Yep.
So
exactly.
What's the option? That's what I always get back to, is like, what's the option?
Well, I think the option for me, like libertarians, the Libertarian Party, they believe in freedom without strings attached. And a lot of people, it's the fastest growing party in American history, especially amongst young people and even veterans, because veterans that come back from these wars are realizing that while I was there, I was really just getting in a lot of firefights, with the occasional bad guy, but literally just farmers protecting their homeland, right? And like if somebody comes and invades my country and blows up my neighborhood, my mom dies and stuff, like maybe I might want to join ISIS too and like get some revenge, screw those guys. And it's called back, where you create enemies faster than you can kill them. And so it's a fast growing party, and a lot of people like the ideas, like Ron Paul ideas, but the problem is that people are like, oh, well, yeah, but you're just wasting your vote. But there's so many people that like these ideas. If everyone that said, oh, you're wasting your vote, instead just voted the way they wanted to vote, maybe it wouldn't be as much as a wasted vote. Like, it has to start somewhere. You have to put the boots on the ground somewhere to build it. You can't just forever, just like saying, oh, I can't make too much money because I don't want to lose my food stamps, right? Like, yeah, you might lose your food stamps and then it's going to struggle maybe a little bit for a little bit, but then eventually you get over that hump, right? You keep growing. You don't just stay at your assistant manager job and you're less. You keep growing, right? And then now you don't even worry about no food stamps, right? That's the problem. People need to get past that.
Exactly. Exactly.
Food stamps are like a crutch, though, man. It's hard to get them to stop wanting that crutch.
Yep. And the government does that on purpose because they want you to stay dependent. They want to be like, hey, I'm the good guy, right? And you know, like, oh, you're in a bind. Okay, well, let me give you these food stamps and let me give you this Medicaid so that you'll vote for them.
Yeah. Here, free.
They're creating, like we talk about, Black neighborhoods or like an urban neighborhood, right? Where it's more poverty. You know, you can't talk, people might not, respond, like police might have to, it's a tougher neighborhood. Dude, the government creates that by taxation. Like, what if you got to keep, like before 1913, we didn't even have a federal income tax. What if you got to keep the vast majority of your paycheck? Maybe you wouldn't need to have food stamps at that point, right? Maybe you wouldn't even need the government, but like the government saying, hey, I'm going to tax the shit out of you, right? But then I'm going to give you some food stamps to like say, oh, hey, look, we're the good guys. We're helping you. No, man, how about you just let people live their lives? Like the Revolutionary War was fought over like a 2% increase in tax. And now people are happy to pay 50% of their income to the government every year and give me more. You know what I mean? It's like mind blowing. You are not you are not the same person that your forefathers were, because your forefathers would have been stacking bodies decades ago.
Oh, real quick, let's see. Keebler, no sugar coating truth. But you just send me stuff, man. Okay, right now I seen you did Keebler. I did see you send me an email earlier. I haven't had a chance to check it yet. My day's been crazy. I'm usually backstage before I go live, like a half hour before, and I jump back here like 5 minutes before. So, but I will check it out definitely and respond to you. So, thank you for hanging out. Have a great night, Keebler. But no, that's so true, man. Because like you said, the 2% tax, that's what we went to war for, and then now it's like, oh, you want to take 47%? Sure,
just print money and spend it.
And at the same time, the gun laws, there's like, why would they try to take your rights away from owning something that can protect you and your family and to protect you from a tyrannical government? Why would they be trying to take that away?
Well, because like, speaking of like Brian from Here's the Deal. So first of all, if you look at history, people don't learn from history, and people are like, oh, the United States government could never get like the Nazis, like, oh, like how that's what the Nazis thought in the 40s, like, oh, Germany, Germany this. So, but yeah, it's like first they do that because that's the first key to becoming tyrannical, extreme tyrannical, is taking their people's rights away to protect themselves. That's the whole purpose of the Second Amendment. They just got done revolting over a tyrannical government, and they realized that, in the future, maybe the United States government might become corrupt. And of course, it's to protect your family from. It's not about hunting, but that's what some of the liberals will say. You don't need banana clips for hunting, but like, it's about home protection. But the main thing is it's about protection from your own tyrannical government. That's the point. Okay. Yep. So yeah, like, shall not be infringed. Any type of permit, a permit is permission from the government. It's illegal, but if you pay us some money, we'll make it legal for you. Shall not be infringed. There should not be any, I have to have a permit to have a concealed carry. No, that's not what the founders were envisioned when they made the Second Amendment. Shall not be infringed. And like Brian from Here's the Deal said, every man from caveman days, again, 99.9% of the human existence has been in 50 to 100 people tribes. You have an inalienable right to protect yourself. In caveman days, which is most of the population or most of the in existence, whether it be picking up a rock to throw at someone or making a spear or a bow and arrow, you have that inalienable right to protect yourself and your family. Same thing with today. You have that same right. And yeah, when the Second Amendment was written, we had muskets, right? But you can't say, oh, well, it's just for muskets. The government has freaking fully auto guns and they got grenades. yeah, you need to have, I don't think we should be going on the defensive on the Second Amendment. Oh, let's keep our AR-15s. No, screw that. We need to go back to being able to have fully auto machine guns. Like we should have well-regulated militias like the founders envisioned, dude. We should be able to have grenades and stuff too, man, because we have to be able to fight against a tyrannical government.
Because it didn't Mr. Biden say recently, or not recently, but like within the last year, that we have the biggest and the best, so we will win, or something along those lines. I don't remember, but same thing. So if they're gonna like lower us to just a musket, and he's bragging about how, yeah, we got the biggest shit, so you're not gonna win, we're gonna win. He's basically talking to the American people when he's saying that too, right?
Like, you guys aren't gonna fight us. They'd be fighting F-16s. That's what he said.
Yeah. You know what I'm talking about. Yep.
But it's not even F-16s. Like people, like that's what people are brainwashing. They're thinking that the standing armies are what's protecting us from being invaded. When in fact, if you go back to World War II and Hirohito, when he was asked why he didn't invade the mainland, he said, because there would be a rifle behind every blade of grass. And that is really your best defense against being invaded, is that there's the United States of America is probably, I think it's number one as far as people owning guns in this country. So that's what keeps people from invading us, because if somebody literally invaded our country and wanted to take over, they realize they're not just going against the United States standing army. Like that's nothing, dude. They're going against all these Americans with guns that, just like when we go to Iraq and Afghanistan and they're getting in firefights with farmers protecting their homeland, same thing's going to happen here. People are going to be like, I'm protecting my family. I'm protecting my wife and my kids and my property here. And you're not going to come in here and bomb my place. I'm protecting myself too. They understand that. That's why they never invaded the mainland. So that's
like Red Dawn
against being invaded.
Yeah.
Remember the movie Red Dawn?
Yeah,
I never saw
Red Dawn.
I think the stats are that there's three guns for every American in the USA.
Yep. And then people are like, oh, well, like a lot of the liberal argument is, well, if it even saves one life, to ban guns or whatever, it's not going to save, it's going to cost lives, right? Lives. So like when people go into schools to do school shootings, they go there because there's no guns allowed. It's a target rich environment, right? All you would have to do to prevent school shootings, which I don't know if there's been any recently, but America's known for those, is all you have to do is, you don't have to force them to, but you allow them. If you're a school employee, if you're an administrator or you're a teacher, you allow them the option to carry a weapon. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
The option. Now it takes that planning away. Now they're not going to know, no one has a gun here. They're going to be like, oh, maybe that janitor has a gun. Maybe the principal, maybe this teacher. They're going to choose another target, right? But when you say, oh, no guns allowed, I mean, that's why they choose those places. That's so simple. It's like, this isn't even rocket science. It's like so simple stuff that people just don't understand, man.
The first thing they did after 9/11 was put an air marshal on every flight with a gun.
Yeah.
It's the first thing they did. So we know where that goes. We got to have the guns.
Like, I don't know, if you're a criminal and where you were going to go, you needed a gun to be the criminal you wanted to be, and there was a place that no guns are allowed, wouldn't you go to that place carrying your gun? Like, you're a criminal, you don't give a shit about the law, right? So they're just opening up doors, like, this is no gun zone. Mm-hmm. Criminals like, that's where I'm going. It's just it's
I was finding it weird that, like, I can still carry. I've done it for 10 years. But like all the zones that I'm not allowed to carry are all the places I need it the most.
Exactly.
That doesn't stop me from carrying, but
I can't see it. Oh yeah. Hold on, Shelly. Yeah. Let's see.
What had happened was.
There you go. Yeah, you know what? YouTube always changes their shit. And same thing on my tablet. Like, there's so much stuff I can't do on my tablet anymore because YouTube changes their shit and their guidelines and everything. And they're like, even now, if you go into a regular video, like, and you scroll down the comment, you have to click on the comment thing. At least on mine anyway. I don't know.
I'm still trying to figure out the copyright crap. Like, can I play a full video? Can I not play a full video? Well, I don't even know the rules really.
I don't. Every time I think I figure out the rules, they fucking change it. So I'm just
for the copyright thing, you can't play more than 80% of the video. So like, there's a tool on your YouTube Studio, and you can go to copyright, and then it'll say who used your video, and if it used 80% or more, you can hit them with a copyright strike. But the thing is, you have to actually own the copyrights to the video. So you can hit them with it, and they'll remove the video, and then you have 10 days to actually file the lawsuit. And like, they can counter it, and then if you don't file the lawsuit within 10 days, they reinstate the video if they counter it. But the problem is like 10 days isn't really enough time to file the lawsuit.
Right.
So, but that's how it works. And like, otherwise, like fair use, a lot people share my videos all the time, and I want people to share my videos. But like, like trolls that share my videos and stuff, they say, oh, fair use. But here's the thing. I've already been talking to a DMCA lawyer, and it's not fair use. Like, my attorney was like, dude, I've been doing this for 30 years. That's not fair use. No judge is going to say that's fair use. It's like, you can't just publish
because they're slandering you.
Star Wars, right? And be like, oh, make a couple commentaries here and there. And be like, oh, it's fair use. No, man, that's copyright, dude. You can't, like, because the reason is, if I watch a video on this troll's channel, why would I go watch it on your channel? I just saw it on their channel, the whole thing, pretty much almost.
Right.
So that's why it's not fair use. It's just, they're saying, oh, well, illegal copyright strikes, and I always win. You didn't win anything. The only reason you won is because nobody's actually filed the lawsuit, because 10 days isn't enough time to file the lawsuit. But this attorney is like, he figured out a way to do that. And like, I'm working with him, with that stuff. So people that are, trying to troll me and use my videos, I've already been copywriting all my videos. It's like $45 a video to copy, because you have to actually copyright your videos. You can't just say it's copyright. You have to actually have it copyrighted.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Oh no, shit! It's $45 a video.
Yep,
I didn't know that. Damn.
Who is that through? Where do you copyright it through?
I can send you the link, bro.
Okay.
If you want to email me or something.
Sure.
Or you can even get my.
I got it from Steve.
Well, you can hit me up on Messenger, since we're friends on Facebook, and I'll send you the link, dude. If you want to, yeah, and you can copyright the video.
All right, sweet. Appreciate it. But we're at
Al Bundy's in the house, bro. I think I've seen Al Bundy before, dude. Like, I was thinking like today, it's like you can't tell jokes and like everything. Like, I don't know if you guys heard the new Eminem song, but he's like, what would the old me say? He'd probably say everything is gay, like Happy, right? Because like, like literally this paradigm shift is so fast, right? Like stuff that was fine like 15 years ago is like totally taboo now, right? Like if Eminem came out, like just hit the scene back in 2000, like it just hit today, they'd be like, oh, you're a bigot and you're like a homophobe and all this stuff. And like, even like Dave Chappelle's show, right? Like that, or like Al Bundy, like, dude, that show would be banned instantly, right? And it's funny because that shit's funny, man. I like it, but like no one can tell a joke now. It's crazy, dude.
Right. I mean, even with words, man, like gay means happy, but then if you say, like faggot, oh my God, you said fag, like it never meant that you were gay.
I know.
When we were growing up anyway. When me and Dave were growing up anyway, it just meant like fuck fag.
Yeah.
There's no derogatory shit in it. It was just a word you said.
Talking about this?
Gay.
Right. Yeah.
Yep.
Hey, I remember my shop teacher always he'd call me a flamer when I'd screw up.
Oh, really?
I had to look that one up. Flamer, and then he'd call you, what are you, gay? You a faggot? Hold it like a man, that's just how they talk.
Right. Imagine doing that now, right?
It teaches men how to be manly, right? Like that's like when you say stuff like that, I feel like it, like football, man. Like my coach, he used to take cones. He had little cones, for when you're running drills and stuff, and you're doing something dumb, like you say, oh, what are you trying to? You're trying to tackle him, or are you trying to hug him? You're trying to make out with him, and then you take these cones and throw them at us and stuff, right? And it's like, dude, it's teaching you discipline, how to be a man. But like nowadays, dude, the parents would be all up in arms if you started doing stuff like that. And it's like masculinity. It's like, oh, it's toxic masculinity. And masculinity is like, if you're masculine, it's like frowned upon. It's like you're ostracized for being masculine. And it's like, dude, masculinity in itself isn't toxic. Like, yeah, anything can be toxic. Like too much broccoli. If you eat broccoli, it's healthy. If you eat it every day for a year, you could have health problems from that. It's bad. But like masculinity,
you drink too much milk, you could die.
No woman wants a weak man.
Yeah, it's true.
You know,
women are attracted to masculine men, but women are being brainwashed to thinking, oh, well, you know, you don't need no man, and you know, men shouldn't be masculine, and you know, that's toxic masculinity, and they'll think that. But the thing is that what women think they want and what they respond to are two different things. So a woman might think, oh, I'm going to be the leader of this relationship, but eventually she's going to leave the relationship right to the end of the relationship, because she doesn't really want that. She doesn't really want to be the leader of the relationship. She wants, women are to follow and men are to lead. And this is in the Bible, right? It's worked for millennia, right? It's worked since the beginning of the human existence. The men lead, the women follow. And it's not a bad thing. It's not like, oh, the woman is, you know, she's like scum on my shoe and I just walk all over her. No, it's a king and a queen. That's what it is. The queen's right here. I'm the king, you're the queen, you're my queen. And you encourage me and you motivate me to be the best man that I can be, so that I can lead you and I and our family into abundance.
As long as you're not being an idiot and you're going the right way and you're leading properly. I mean, I'm all for that. Yep. Yeah.
But like people like now today, like, oh, a woman can do anything that a man can do, but like women were not meant to do everything men can do. They're meant to do everything men can't do.
Why would they want to?
Balance, right?
Right. Yeah. Why would they?
Why would you want to do what we do? I mean,
they don't, but they think they do. Like, oh, well, we don't. Like, so I've heard women say, oh, the only thing I need a man for is to reproduce. We don't need no men. Dude, if all the men just went off the face of this planet, dude, and we're gone, it'd be chaos. They'd be freaking nothing. They wouldn't survive very long. If all the women were gone, men would survive. Okay, like the men, like think about it. The men, without men, there'd be no the electricity to go out in like 2 days, right? There'd be no roads. It'd be like the men building the structures, right? All the stuff that men do, the jobs that the women don't want to do, these construction jobs. They have running water in their house. They have electricity, right? They have air conditioning. Like that stuff goes away. It's 99% men, 1% women. So like, yeah, you need men. They just think they don't need men, but they need men. You know what I mean? And of course, women too. I'm not saying it's one-sided. You need feminine energy too. Like it's healthy to have that feminine, nurturing, right? Intuitive is a feminine trait. Energy, like to help raise the kids, right? Like boys and girls, they need that growing up, and they also need that masculine energy. Like if you look up the statistics, when people get divorced and they're raised by the mom, they're statistically much more likely to grow up and be juvenile delinquents. If you look at like YouTube videos, like the women, the mom is saying, hey, lay down and go to bed. And the kids being a brat, no, I don't want to. And the father, hey, lay down and go to bed. And then, oh, he lays down and goes to bed, right?
Oh, shit.
If boys are raised just by the father, that statistic of being a juvenile delinquent doesn't go up. It stays the same. So like, yeah, you can raise a kid, a single mom by your own. I mean, you can do it. It doesn't mean it's like a good idea to do it though, right?
It's hard too.
But it's so true too, though, about like, I don't know, women and men need each other when you think about it. And yeah, women need men for what they can do, and men need women for what they can do. Because I mean, I wouldn't be as successful or where I'm at today if it wasn't for Nina. Because I mean, she gives me the motivation that I need. You know what I mean? If it wasn't for her, I probably wouldn't be where I'm at today.
I would say most of the time I can be over masculine, and then my wife will say, well, you know, I'll be like too rough, and then she'll say, well, what about this? Have you thought about it this way? And then I'll sit back and go, you know what, she's right. I was being a little bit too off, you know, and I go back and tell her, hey, thanks for saying that, because I'm not relating with my kid well, and now you helped me to relate better to my kid. I'm not being a pushover, but I'm also not being an asshole.
Yep.
So we equal each other out.
And that's what a lot of people think, that when men say that they're there to lead, or I want to be the leader of the relationship, is that you think that, oh, like women should just be subservient to you and like bow down. And like, no, it's not like that. It's we're a team, right? But like, there can't be two leaders though, right? Like there can't be two alphas of a pack, right? Like there can't be two lions that are running the show. Like there has to be one, a king and a queen. And so like being the man, I'm not going to want to be the follower. And like being a follower doesn't mean that, like, again, that you're like beneath them. It just means that you are like you said your wife does. It's like she's supportive and encouraging and helping you to be the best man that you can be. But a woman who's constantly argumentative or disagreeable, that's not helping the relationship. That's literally emasculating the man, and then it creates this resentment dynamic, and then like everything's toxic in the relationship. It just does. Like you said, I know you're a Christian man, Dave. So like in the Bible, it says that it goes God, man, woman, children, and like that has worked for 100,000 years. It's worked. So like this
and it's not like you're above them, like they're pieces of trash. It's you're supposed to be plowing the road for your family to walk down behind you on an even ground.
Yep.
That's your job, is to provide security and safety for your family.
Yep.
It's just a natural thing.
And women want that. Like you ask a woman, like I said, they want men to be the protector of their loved ones. They want them to be the leader of men. Like a woman is going to try to, from tribal times to today, they're going to try to, in tribal times, they would try to align themselves with either the tribal leader or the tribal leader's friends, because that's going to ensure their survival and their offspring survival in a hard environment. Today, same thing. They want to align. If you go to a party or a social gathering, the women aren't trying to go hang out and align themselves with the guy that's isolating himself on the couch and not talking to anyone. They want to align themselves with the guy that's making everyone laugh, and like the tribal leader, right? Because it's hardwired into their brains that this is the guy that could potentially ensure my survival, right? So they say they want these things, and they know they want these things, but because of media and everyone saying, the stuff that they're saying, that masculinity is toxic, they think that they don't want that, and they do that on purpose. I think it's a psyop, because when you break up the families, it makes it easier to control the population. Like if you have all the families together, it's harder to control them. But when everyone's broken up and like, doing their own thing and everything's chaos, it's much easier to manipulate people. And they incentivize it too. Like for a man, 50% of marriages in the United States end up in divorce, and 80% of those divorces are initiated by women. And why are they initiated by women? Because government will incentivize that. Well, hey, if you divorce this guy, we're going to make him pay you child support. We're going to give him you the kids. We're going to make him pay you alimony, right? Like, what is it for the man? The man has everything to lose. That's why a lot of men, younger men today, they don't want to get married, because it's a lose for them. Well, if they get married, again, 50% is like flipping a coin. And like I said, 80% of the time, the women initiate it, and then they take your kids, and now you got to pay child support and alimony and all that. And it's like, why would you want to do that? It makes no sense to the man. But if the government would stop incentivizing that, we could have families that are prosperous.
I agree with that 100%. And what happens to a weak man? And say you start out strong and masculine, and you meet your woman, and then slowly over time you lose the pants. Well, what does she do? She goes and finds the bad boy that you used to be, and is no longer happy. She doesn't respect you when you're weak. I mean, there's weak moments where you lose people and stuff. I'm talking about a weakness to lead.
Yeah.
If you lose that, then they'll find somebody that will fill that role.
That's another good point that you brought up, dude, that like men always take breakups a lot harder than women do. That's why men at a higher rate, much higher rate, will end up committing suicide over a breakup. Women don't do that. And it's because men really do love unconditionally, and women love conditionally. Women will love you because of what you bring to the table. So like, I'm aligning myself with this man because, and a lot of times women will invest in men because, like, when they're first starting out, he doesn't have everything. Like women start out on the top of the mountain because men are attracted to like their survival and replication value. Okay. So like women are attracted to survival value, what men have, which is a leader of men, protector of their loved ones, things of this nature. Right. So that's why you'll see a woman who's dating a man who's not really that good looking, but maybe he's got a lot of money, right? Because in today's world, that's survival value. It's not who can pick up the biggest rock anymore. It's who's got money. And then men are attracted to survival value, which is youth indicators, health indicators, something that biologically he thinks a good fit for him to pass his genes down to, which will ensure his survival of his genes. That's how the human species is. It's from an evolutionary standpoint ensures the survival of the species. So like I don't even know where I was going with that. I lost my train of thought. Sorry, I'll come back to it.
No, but everything you were just saying is so true, though. That's so true. Everything.
But
if she cheats, Oahu Ruda says if she cheats, she belongs on the street.
Oh, that's what I was going to say. So like women, they love you because of what you can bring to the table, right? So like a woman loves you, like say in your 20s, because she's on the top of the mountain and you're on the bottom. Like when I'm 18, I have to work my way up, and by the time maybe I get to like 30 or something, now I'm at the top of my mountain, right? And the women from 30, now they start going down, right? 30, they're down. Like no one, like we're looking for replication value. We're not looking for a woman who's had a high body count and she's 30, 35. She can't even, she's going to hit menopause soon. Like that's not what we're looking for. So again, women start like an 18-year-old woman. She can go onto a yacht with like some bunch of rich dudes, you know what I mean? Just because she looks good. But a man, I'm 18, they're not inviting me on no yacht. You know what I'm saying? So a woman will align herself when you're 18 because you have ambition, right? And she's investing in you. And that's why she's aligning with you. And then if you all of a sudden, midway through and you guys get married and you're, about to graduate college, and then you decide, oh, I'm going to drop out of college and I don't really want to work. I found this program. We can get on Medicaid and, we got food stamps and welfare. I'm just going to sit at home and play video games. You cool with that, babe? Like she's going to eventually just leave your
right.
ass. Like she doesn't love you unconditionally like you love her. And so, like I said, most of the breakups are from women. And like when a man, like if a woman abuses a man and she's just toxic and, a piece of trash, what happens is the men won't break up with you. What they'll do is they'll distance themselves and they'll become quiet and like they'll kind of they'll disassociate. And all of a sudden the woman gets mad because, oh, look, you're always, in your room or you're in your man cave. You don't spend any time with me. Like, yeah, because you're toxic, but I won't break up with you over it. I'm just going to be silent. I'm going to just stop. You're too much stress for me. And then the woman ends up breaking up with the man because now the man is, he doesn't want to be around me. So I'm going to go find someone else. So that's how it works. So if the man actually is the one that initiates it and breaks up with the woman, that's a huge red flag. That's a call 911, red flag alert that you are being super toxic, because 9 times out of 10, the man will not break up with you. He'll just kind of distance himself until you break up with him. And think about it. Anyone in this chat, man or woman, all the breakups.
That's so true.
Has the woman initiated the breakup, or did you as a man initiate the breakup? And what's the ratio?
Dude, that is so true. That's crazy to think about. Yeah. And yeah, what chat?
Yeah, I'd like to see what the chat says.
I want to hear what chat says.
People in here.
And guys,
put a 1 in the chat if the woman usually breaks up with the man. If you're a man or a woman, put a 2 in the chat if the man breaks up with the woman. See what people say.
That is crazy. Yeah, it's so true.
And guys, if you want to be on welfare and play video games, you got to find a chick that will accept you from the beginning doing that. And then if you get a better job, she'll love you all the more. But you can't be like at the top and then go down to a different level. It's not going to be acceptable. I don't see.
And that's what I love about my wife, because when I met her, I was working. I had a business partner and things were going good, and then we had a falling out, and then I was like, shit, I don't have nothing. And she was like, what do you mean you don't got nothing? What do you need that motherfucker for? Do it yourself. And I was like, yeah, you're right, because without her I probably would have never. I mean, I'm that stupid. I'm not the smartest tool in the shed, but I was like, yeah, why do I need him? And I started my own shit. So
dude, the measure of how successful a man is who he decides to align himself with. A woman can literally make or break a man. A woman can either lead a man to destruction and he freaking falls apart, or a good woman can literally elevate that man to being super successful. And you have, luckily, Steve, a good woman who is supportive and who is encouraging. And that's literally the feminine energy. That's their natural state, is to do that, to be that supportive role, to support the man, to create that abundance. But like, if you don't have that, and you have a woman who's, like I said, who's constantly argumentative and disagreeable and like wants to pick fights over every stupid little thing, right? It's like, it discourages the man. It emasculates him, and like it creates resentment, and then everything just falls apart. Like if a man feels like he can't do anything, and you know, like you see these men like unhappy in marriages, and they're not going to divorce their woman, but they're unhappy as shit. And you see these guys, a lot of you guys probably know them or seen, you know, somebody like that. And you know, you go ask that man, hey man, you know, can you help me? I need help fixing this lawnmower. His eyes are going to light up. Oh, a woman needs me. Yeah, oh, that's cool. Yeah, I can help you. Yeah, let me see what I can do. He feels like he's needed now. And that's the thing, is like, women don't want to respect a man and like they can do anything. They're just, you're like, again, it's like a psyop. Like you look at like The Simpsons, Homer Simpson's a moron, right? Like you look at like The Big Bang Theory, all the women are the alphas and the guys are just a bunch of beta bitches, right? Like they're training you to like think this, like the women are running the show and men are just morons and no one needs them. And so that, like, now these women think that, and like it makes men feel like totally like, what's my purpose? You know what I mean? That's why, another reason why men commit suicide at a way higher rate than women. It's because they feel emasculated. Like when men get old, a lot of elderly men end up committing suicide. And my grandfather was one of those. It's because my grandfather was in the army. He was always fixing stuff around the house. He was the man, right? And then when he gets old and he can't even walk around without his cane, he can barely do anything. What purpose does he have, right? And so if you're a woman who's always argumentative and disagreeable and emasculating your man, you're literally taking away his purpose. Let him lead. Allow him to lead, and your life and your family's life will be prosperous.
Yeah, give him purpose. Exactly. Yep.
I mean, how I look at it is like when you meet somebody, right? And then during the marriage, you become nothing but a provider, nothing but, you know, like all the fun gets sucked out of it. And all you're doing is just going through the motions, going to work every day. Life sucks. That's not what marriage is meant to be. And that's why they end in divorce. That's like, communication is key. Being kind to one another is key. Respect for one another. And that's what's lost today, especially with all the internet crap. People are meeting people all over the place on YouTube. I mean, it's not hard to find other people.
Yep. And like you said too, communication is key, and like bringing new, like me and Nina, we're gonna go do a follow-up video for that homeless in Hawaii one, and we're both looking forward to it. That's keeping things fresh and new. It's not just the same old, you know, I go to work every day, I come home, and then it's just like we're roommates, you know,
right? Because that's not how you started.
But you got to keep it active. You got to keep it, you know, fun. You got to have new things. You can't just be like, yeah, okay, I went to work today, you did this, I did that, and all right, whatever, I'm going to sleep. All right, good night.
You do the trash, you do the dishes.
Right.
It's like, no.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Right. That's why they say too, like in the Bible, like I said, it goes man, woman, then children. A lot of times people will put the children ahead of everything. And then there's no like mommy and daddy time. And I'm not married or kids. I'm just going off of what I know from just reading books and social dynamics that I've done a lot of studies on. And what happens is when you do that and there's no time for mommy and daddy, it just becomes all about the kids. And like, then it just becomes, like you said, what's it called? What's the word? Where it's just like the same thing over and over again. And there's no time for you guys. And
monotonous.
If I have an empty cup, you can only give from what you have. And you can only teach from what you know. Right. So if I have a cup and it's like barely, there's nothing hardly in there. Right. And I'm just, because I'm always about the kids. What do I have now to give to my wife? Because my cup's empty. Right. So you got to fill your own cup first. If I don't fill my own cup, then I have nothing to give to my kids. But if I fill my own cup first and I make sure that me and my wife are taken care of, now I have something to give to the kids. Just like when you're, in a plane and they say when the oxygen masks come down, you put your own mask on first and then you put the kid's mask on. Because if I don't fill my own cup first and put my own mask on, I can't help the kid. Like if I pass out because I don't have oxygen because I'm trying to put my kid's mask on, my kid can't do CPR on me, right? So you have to fill your own cup first. You have to take care of yourself first. Then you're able to take care of your kids.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
And I think, like I said, I'm a Christian man. I believe that, like you say, you do meditation. I like go throughout my day and I just talk to God, kind of like, people probably think it's nuts, but I'm just like, I complain to God. I ask for help. I ask for favor. But like, I feel like that's when I get refilled, so that when I get home, I have something good to give people other than, yeah, my day sucked. My boss was yelling. This went wrong. Blah, 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 blah. Instead, I get home and I give them something good.
Mm-hmm.
I make them dinner. And also in a relationship, you need compromise. I think compromise is like the number one thing in a relationship. If you have someone that's not willing to compromise over an issue, you have no relationship. You're never going to get past that point.
Yeah, because it's reciprocity, right? Like, if I give, like there's givers and takers. And like, if you're in a relationship with someone that's just a taker, but they don't give anything, I mean, like I said, then they're draining you. Like you're giving and giving and giving until your cup's almost empty. And like, now you have nothing else to give. And it's so draining. So you have to have reciprocity where you can compromise.
And what's left is bitterness in that cup. That's what you have to give. Is you start resenting that person because you feel like they're sucking the life out of you. But really, that's you being happy is totally on you. That's not on them. It's on you.
And that, you know what? And that, Dave, well, you know me my whole life, so you know how I used to be, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I found out. And until you're happy with yourself, you're not going to be happy with anybody else, because you have to be one with you before you can be one with somebody else.
Well, remember what we did was we looked for the perfect, always looking for perfect. And then you realize that there's no perfect. There might be one somewhere if you wait long enough.
No, there's no perfect.
but if they are your perfect, then odds are that the other, you're not their perfect.
Well, and you got a
standards
better
are
chance
higher.
of winning the lottery than finding that. So, you know.
So get ready to compromise, communicate, be kind, get refilled. And when you get mad, take a walk.
Well, that's the thing too. I want to talk about is the communication thing you brought up. Is that men are logical and women are emotional. Okay, and I've said this before, and people are like, "Oh, I can't believe you said that women are too emotional." I never said women are too emotional. They're emotional. I mean, ask any psychologist. Go Google it. Okay, it's a fact. Men are it's just like a fact that men are stronger than women. Okay, no one's disputing that. It's just a natural thing. Even if you're the weakest man, if you take 100 men, you take the weakest of that 100, they're still probably stronger, at least, than like the next 1,000 women. That's what it is. Men are logical thinkers. Women are emotional thinkers. So like what happens with this communication thing is that, like, I saw some videos, like some man who's super wealthy and he has like a lot of vehicles, and he bought his girlfriend a vehicle and he registered it. And I think he bought like his mom or something a car. And she was like, hey, she saw something that, like some registration, that some woman that he bought a car for her. And like, she came up and said, hey, what's up with this woman? You bought some other girl a car. And he's like, oh, I bought that car for my mom. But he was like, you know what? She was being nosy, but I appreciated her communication, because she said, hey, what's up with this? She communicated it and I could diffuse it. This is a car I bought for my mom. Well, what happens with a lot of women is they get in their emotions and then they want you to be a mind reader, right? And then like all of a sudden they're like, oh, he bought some car for some bitch, right? And now I'm gonna be like just in the back of my mind, not say anything, and be, now I'm all mean to him and like, resentful, and the man's trying to figure out what the hell's going on. Why is she acting like this? And he doesn't know what the hell's going on, when all it would have taken was a little communication, right? A little logical thinking and not being in your emotions, and everything could have been fine.
So true. So true.
If you wait till the emotional part passes, like 5 to 10 minutes, and then revisit the conversation, or maybe even an hour, or after some sleep, 9 times out of 10, it'll never turn into a fight.
Yep. That's the thing too, is like a lot of times when stuff's super heated, I'll either remove myself from the situation because I know that like I'm mad, you're mad. There's no way that we're resolving something tonight. If we try to resolve it tonight, it's going to be a blowout fight, right? So yeah, it's a great thing. Like you just sleep on it and wait till your emotions pass. And then the next day, you can talk about it. It's going to be a better result than trying to fix something when your emotions are high.
What is Dub Wubs talking about? I'm so
I don't know. I wasn't sure.
Yeah,
But Stealing Tree. I didn't see Stealing Tree coming. What's up? Aloha, Eric. Good to see you, brother.
Save me from Jelly Roll.
Yeah, I don't know what Dub's talking about.
Dubs, what do you mean?
Dub
Not sure what you mean.
But dude, you know what? Honestly, he said put your trolls in place. I haven't been paying attention to chat, and I apologize, but this is such a damn good conversation, dude. I have not been paying attention.
Oh yeah, and if you guys want to keep it going, I'm enjoying myself. So if you guys want to keep it going, it's fine. I'll let you guys know when I get tired and I gotta bounce out. And you guys can keep it up if you want. I don't want you to like try to end it for me or whatever.
Cool. Well, actually, it's up to you guys because it's only 8:26 p.m. for me. So I know Dave, it's like 3:30 in the morning or some shit.
Oh shit, yeah.
He wants me to get rid of the trolls.
Like,
bro, you got rid of the trolls. Well, I mean, shoot, we got moderators in here. I mean, your moderators can take care of it. We don't have to be that's the whole point of moderators, so that you guys can.
Right.
I've been ignoring them. I see them, but they're not like. It's just like a guy talking to himself, saying random things. It doesn't bother me.
Yeah. As long as there's no racism or no like
attacking someone else or whatever,
no threats or anything like that. It's free speech, man. It's freaking free speech.
And I have a kind of a different view on this free speech thing. Like I know like you, Steve, and like AFA, like, oh, I just let free speech, let everyone, do whatever they do. And some people give me trash because I like block trolls and stuff. Oh, you're supposed to be an advocate for free speech. Well, I never said that free speech is absolute. And I don't think any First Amendment auditor or activist has ever said free speech is absolute. And I always use this example is if I were to go into a McDonald's, right, and it's a private business and I'm not even a customer, and my only goal is to go in there and just talk trash about all the employees. The manager's not going to come out and be like, hey guys, it's free speech, just let him do it. I know he's not buying a cheeseburger, just let him do it. That's how I view trolls. If you're coming in here and you're just disrupting my chat and you have no open mind whatsoever, if you want to come in here and disagree and are open to disagreement and have a productive argument, that's one thing. But if you're coming in here and just talking trash and being a dumbass and disrupting my chat, I am not paid with tax dollars. Okay. I don't have to allow for you. This is a private platform. So that's my opinion. Right. I just block because I, like I said, are they capable of having an open mind to even listen to what you're saying? If the answer is no, then like, I'm not going to sit there and debate you. I've tried that before. I try to debate them in my comment section. Like it doesn't work, man. They don't care. It doesn't matter. Like I said, I can have the best interaction with a cop that has 6 million views and it's like the perfect interaction and they'll still hate on you, dude. Like you can't. So that's why me personally, people acting dumb, I just block them because it's
right. No, and I do agree with you on that too, to an extent, because it's it's like this is my house. Basically, this is my house, so I wouldn't go in someone else's house that invites me in, and then once I'm in there, be like not take my shoes off and rub my dirty boots all over the couch. Then they'd be like, "Get the fuck out of my house, dude! What are you doing?" You know what I mean? So. But no, I see what you're saying though, but it's like, don't come into my fucking chat because this is this is my channel and be disrespectful like that. You know, it's free speech doesn't really apply to individual things.
Yep.
But
yeah, it's difference between private and public, guys. So like if you have like a government Facebook page, like it's like, you know, Sheridan Facebook page, like that's a public forum, and you can go in there and you know, there's been lawsuits where people are blocking people and deleting their comments, right? You can't do that. It's a public forum. You're paid with tax dollars. Private forum, right? Like if I own a chain of McDonald's and, you know, someone's in there, I can delete whatever I want to. That's the difference. Just like you said, like your house, it's different, man. Like if somebody comes into my house and I don't want them there in Colorado, if somebody comes into my house and I don't want them there and I tell them to leave and they refuse to leave, I'm within my legal rights to use deadly force to remove them from my house at that point, right? So it's not the same, guys. It's not. This isn't, you know, just because I advocate for free speech and like I agree with, you know, the First Amendment in public spaces, my platform is not a public space.
Right.
I understand that when people, before you start talking trash, oh, you're an advocate for free speech, you know, like government signed up to be subject to public scrutiny, that they sign up for that. I didn't sign up to be subject to public scrutiny.
Right. Yep.
I didn't.
Just like I didn't sign up for this, that we have to pay taxes. When I was born, I wasn't like signing paperwork saying, yeah, that's what I'm going to do for the rest of my life.
Steve.
I didn't.
Hey, boys, look what I got here.
What?
Hey, where are the white women at?
Oh.
Yeah, break up the monotony. I'm sorry.
Chat
So gone wild.
Lord Spike says, I disagree with most of what you said, DMA. It's not trolling if you're offended. And Lord Spike, I love you, brother, and I'm glad you're here, but I'm not sure what you're offended by, or but like what you're disagreeing about.
Again, Lord Spike, I'll just use this analogy in case you missed it. If I go into a McDonald's and I'm not a customer and I just go in there to just talk trash about the employees, the manager's not going to come out and say, it's free speech, guys. You have to just let them do it. They're going to kick your ass out. And then if you don't leave, maybe they'll call the police and have you legally trespassed. It's the same thing. So my platform, if I disagree with you, I can do whatever I want. Just like if you come into my house and I don't want you there because you're wearing a red shirt. I don't like red shirts. I'm offended by red shirts. I can kick you out. That's the thing. I totally agree with discrimination for private, but not for public. So for government, any law or any policy they create has to be viewpoint neutral. Okay. So like a government can't say, hey, no red shirts or no recording in here. That's viewpoint discriminatory, right? So that's the difference, guys. It's private and public. So that's the main difference I'm talking about here. My YouTube platform is not, it's not public. I do not get subsidization from tax dollars for my private platform. Everything is from what I created.
That makes sense to me.
Chip Douglas in the house, dude. Is that Chip Douglas from like I know that's that show with Jim Carrey?
Oh yeah, Cable guy.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh yeah, it is. I forgot about that.
But
Steven,
this came from a show before that.
Right there.
Steven, I'm here for you, Steven.
Yeah.
You might want to buckle up. I had a few.
That was like his one of his, that was probably like right underneath Ace Ventura for him, I think.
Yeah. That was one of those movies too where it's like people either loved it or hated it. There was no in between.
Yeah.
It was just love or hate it. And I loved
Ace
it,
Ventura
man.
is hard to follow, you know what I mean? Because it was so good.
Right.
And Jim Carrey is another one of those people that is like spiritually enlightened. He's realizing too. I don't know if you've seen his stuff.
I have, yeah.
He says, "Oh, you know, this isn't real." Like stuff that I've been saying about, you know, this is a play, and it's like, you know, it's like, look, when you die, you're going to be like, "Oh, look, dude, I thought I was taking life on Earth so seriously, but I can see the extras and like the other actors getting ready to go on stage, and like that's what it is, man." And like he's realizing that too, that it's nothing, man. This is you're creating this, like you are the director, the actor, and the script writer of your own play. And that's what it is. And you're here on this earth to learn lessons. And another thing is to create. You're a co-creator with God, and you create your entire, again, you're the script writer and the actor. So you're creating your entire universe. So I love Jim Carrey, man. He's super spiritual.
I mean, just like the Truman Show that he did, right?
Yeah.
Like that's a perfect example of like every, you know, like either write your own script or let everyone else write it for you.
Yep. You could let other people write it for you, and you could just, you're really writing it for yourself, but you're writing it on default because you don't really, it's like autopilot. You're just doing it without realizing that you're doing it, you know?
All right, hold on. So LSP said, DMA, I understand what you're saying, but it still says you are offended. It just respectful disagreement.
Yeah, but here's the thing, Lord Spike Protein, is that I said a couple minutes ago that if you come into my chat and you disagree with me, I'm okay with disagreement. I'm totally okay with that. What I'm not okay with is people coming into my chat and saying, oh, you're a loser and get a real job and tase him. Like, if you start saying stuff like that, dude, again, that's like going to McDonald's, just talking trash and not buying a burger. But if you have a disagreement, hey, I'm totally open for disagreements and having a constructive argument. That's fine. That's not what I'm saying.
Cheryl, like your mushrooms poster.
What's that, Dave?
I'm trying to figure out. Oh, the mushrooms poster. Cheryl said she likes his mushrooms poster.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, I have. Yeah. Actually, I got the black light here too. Let me turn it on. Make sure she likes it.
Yeah, but what DMA was just saying, and then also what LSP said, I kind of see like that both points. So I think LSP was looking at it a different way, and then the way DMA just explained it, that's just the way I got what I got out of it.
We're about to get a black lighted mushroom.
And oh, nice. And if you notice too, my original logo is right there behind DMA. He bought one of my
I did
merch sticker.
I got the Steve Harloha sticker right there.
The original. That's my original. That's from like 2
dude,
years
you know
ago.
how much that sticker cost me, bro? It cost me like $20-something, dude. I was like, holy shit, it's because it's in Hawaii or something. I don't know. I was like, why is the sticker $20? Mine are like $8.99.
It's $1 for the sticker and $19 to ship.
Yep, that's what it is. The shipping from Hawaii. It's like, damn. Now I changed it. Now I have it to where I only make like 19 cents. So it's not about making the money. Yeah. It's about just getting my logo out there. But I didn't know it was that much. And because of DMA, I realized that. So I was like, shit.
Yeah, dude, like my stickers, I think I make like $2 or $3 per sticker. And dude, so here's how like the Teespring works on YouTube is, and I didn't know this for years, dude. I literally just found this out like maybe 6 months ago. So I always thought that I linked my Teespring store with my YouTube account. And I thought it just, anytime someone bought something, it just came on to my AdSense account. And come to find out that you actually have to like set up a payment plan. Because once you get like $20 worth, you can like get paid. Really? And like you have to set it up. So I was going like 2 years with people buying my merch and I never got paid for anything because you have to set it up. And I was like, oh shit, I found it out. And like now I've been like every couple of months, I get like $20. I don't make a bunch of money for my merch, but think about all the money that I lost out on for 2 years because I didn't understand.
Right? Yeah, because dude, I got your I got your mug.
I know you bought
your stickers and yep.
And here's the thing too, is that like my cousin has a t-shirt printing store that hopefully I'm gonna like get on him and move away from Teespring. Teespring is great for like the mugs and the stickers and stuff, but like the t-shirts and like the hoodies and stuff, they use what's called heat transfer for their printing. And like when you wash it, it like goes away and like it like washes off and it's like crap, man. And like because I sample all my merch and I hit Teespring up and I was like, hey man, like not only for me but like my customers, dude, like this is washed off in one wash, man. What's going on? And like, oh, we're sorry, we'll send you a new shirt. And like they sent me a new shirt and then did the same thing, and I emailed them and like, well, we can send you a new shirt, we can refund you. Eventually I just said, okay, just refund me. So if you buy a shirt, just so you know, and it washes out, because I have some shirts, it's like hit or miss. Sometimes they last long, sometimes they don't. So if you buy a shirt and it washes off, you can get a hold of Teespring and email them, and they'll either send you a new shirt or they'll refund you. So just so you know, so you don't get stuck with the shirt that you paid $30 for that washed out. You got one wear out of it and that was it. So, but eventually I want to move away from Teespring, and when my cousin gets his stuff going, because like my cousin uses like, I don't know what kind of print they use, but like it lasts, just like this Puma shirt will last,
Yeah, well, that's like my AFA shirt that I bought. Well, it's been about 8 months, but yeah, now it's starting to wear out, but I got 8 months out of it. So, but yeah, Wahoo Rooter says, let me ask you this. If someone wants to follow me job to job and film me, but stay on public property, is that cool? Going to his plumbing calls.
Yeah, it's cool. And like, I literally just watched a interview that Nasty Nathaniel did on, what's her name? Katie Kidman's channel. And he's like, a lot of these auditors are say, oh, what's the point of recording private property, and you should only record government. And I typically 99.9% of my audits is government. I like to hold government accountable, but it doesn't mean that I'm against recording private businesses. And I might move into that. I think one thing that would be good that I would like to do is record churches, because as you guys know, one of the freedoms that's guaranteed by the First Amendment is the freedom of religion. So it's very hypocritical for the church people to say, hey, you can't exercise your First Amendment right, freedom of the press, while we're exercising our First Amendment right, freedom of religion. And so, yeah, if you're on a public sidewalk, which is a traditional public forum, and it's the most protected as far as the First Amendment goes, is a traditional public forum, I think that is important. And I think that if people are doing that to educate people, I think not only do government officials need to be educated, but also I believe that it's just regular citizens need to be educated. And a lot of citizens are not educated, clearly. So, I mean, there's a point to it. I mean, like, people say that I'm harassing people and antagonizing people, and that's not true. And if I'm literally following you around, specifically just one guy, specifically to every job site you go to and recording on public property, yeah, I mean, that could be maybe construed as harassment, especially if you're following someone around with the intent to alarm, harass, or annoy. In Colorado, that's harassment. But like, but I don't think that's probably an unrealistic scenario. So I don't think that's happening. But yeah,
well, that's what I was just thinking. Because one, why would, I don't know, I'd feel pretty special if someone was following me around as a plumber, like videoing me. I'd be like, damn, I didn't think I was famous.
Yeah,
but but at the same time, if you go to Waikiki, everyone's got their phone out, everyone's recording. Mm-hmm. So why is it a big deal when you're recording a government official?
And dude, I'm honestly waiting. I'm waiting for the time where someone recognizes me that hates me and to go up and start recording me, dude. Because I'll be, hey man, I'll be totally cool with it. You know what I mean? Like I'm not scared of a camera, and it's not a big deal. You want to record me, it's fine. And that's the thing. It's like in the 90s, it was totally cool when cameras weren't readily available. I was watching this thing. It was it was a YouTube video. Mom. Yeah, hi mom. I was watching this YouTube video, and it was like in the 90s when they went to like KB Toys or Toys R Us or something. And like literally they had the camera, those old school shoulder mount cameras like the news have, those little ones with the VHS tapes in them. And they set it up on the floor, like right next to the carts, and they were getting B-roll footage of everyone like coming into the store, and no one said anything, right? And then they're recording themselves like going shopping for toys, and everyone's, kids like, oh, don't record my kids, you're a pervert. Kids are there all the way. No one gives a shit. And like if you do that today, the employees and the manager come up, hey, you can't do that, you got to leave, right? Like it's a big old taboo thing. But like back then, it was not a big deal. I don't understand why it's like this huge deal now to take pictures in public, like it's going to steal your soul or something.
Well, the reason I don't get it is because, like I was saying, like you go in a tourist attraction area, everyone is with their phone out, and nobody cares. Mm-hmm. So what's the difference?
And that's the thing too, that I get, like when I go to libraries. Oh, there's kids here and you're recording kids. So who cares? I've never blurred out a kid like, oh, like, yeah, okay. If I go to like a park, right? Or I go into the kids section of the library, and my goal is to sit there and specifically record kids. It's not illegal, but yeah, it's creepy, dude. And I think that's weird. I don't do that because it's I wouldn't want people to do that to me either. But like I went to this park that I take my dogs to, and it's the park that it's like connected to this elementary school. And I take my dogs there all the time, and like it's never a big deal. And like sometimes the kids will be out on recess, and like the teachers see me and the little dogs. No one ever. I've been going there for 2 years. No one ever says anything. It's totally fine. No one cares. And there's other people too that go in this park and walk their dogs and stuff. But I went there one time, and they were having like a field day in elementary school, and so there's parents there recording they're recording their kid, right? But they're not just recording their kid, they're recording all the other kids, right? But no one was like, oh, you're recording my kid. Like they could probably post that on people, because people always say, oh, I don't know what you're going to do with the video. You're going to publish it on social media. So like, what if this guy that's recording the field day and like he gets your kid in the shot and he posts it on his social media? Maybe he's got, Instagram with like, 500,000 followers and it gets, 1 million views. Like nobody cares. Like I don't understand why people are so upset about my kid can't be on social media. Like it's like this big taboo. Like what is somebody going to do with that? I don't get it. Maybe somebody can help me understand that.
Right. Yeah. No, I see exactly what you're saying. Yeah, because it's a kid in the background, and that's not your intention to even if it was your intention to record the kid, this kid in the background playing, then what?
Mm-hmm. Like I saw this James Freeman video where he was like recording in this area in some government building, and like was zooming in, and there was a kid right there, like with a parent or something, and like his focus wasn't the kid, but the kid was in the shot, and James Freeman didn't blur out the kid. And I was like, oh yeah, like that's what I'm thinking too, because people say, oh, you could blur out the kids, or you didn't blur out the kids. Like I've never blurred out a kid. I just don't understand it. And like when I see James Freeman do it, I'm like, okay, that reinforces that. Like, who gives a shit, man? Like, who cares? I even have a family member who's like, can't have their son on like Facebook. He can't post any pictures of them. Like, why? Like, what's the big deal? I don't understand why. Like, how could that hurt you or the kid if they're on there? You know what I mean? I don't get it.
Right. Oh wait, Queen Bee came in.
No, he's saying
Queen Bee is my sister. Yeah, Queen Bee is my. Oh, I didn't. Oh, Queen Bee is my sister. Okay.
Rome.
Right. And then what the other thing is though, DMS, the whole HIPAA shit. That cracks me up. How people that work for the government pull that HIPAA shit, but it's like that's on you. That has nothing to do with the public. They just they throw that shit out there all the time, but they really have no idea what they're talking about.
Yeah, it's like an excuse because HIPAA's not even a law. People say HIPAA laws. HIPAA's not a law. And like, yeah, like you said, HIPAA only applies to the medical employees. So if you're saying, oh, if like you're recording at an intersection where there's a car accident, right, on the sidewalk from a safe distance, oh, you can't record the patients. You're in violation of HIPAA laws. No, a citizen can never be in violation of a HIPAA law. Only the doctors, the paramedics. Like if you are being negligent and just like, blurring or blabbing, patient information, date of birth and stuff like that, their name, and there's a camera there, that's on you. You need to go somewhere where the camera can't be, in a private area, and then say that stuff. It has nothing to do with the person. But again, they're misinformed, and it goes down to training. They don't train them, right? Like people should be trained on that, and police use that too. Well, there's HIPAA, right? And like,
yep.
I've had that happen too, where at an audit where I went there because there was police there. I don't usually go to medical calls, but I went to a medical call because there was police there doing backup. And so I went there, and this paramedic was like, oh, you're, HIPAA laws and this and that. And I was like, okay, well, I mean, I'm not trying to, steal, their personal information or anything like that. But I mean, they're in public. It doesn't matter if they're going into the ambulance, and, they're committing prior restraint. They're flashing their light into my camera, which is Colorado Revised Statute 13-21-128. So like, they don't even understand. They're the ones breaking the law. I'm not breaking the law, but like, because they're misinformed, they're going to break the law to protect the HIPAA rights. You know what I mean? So there's other ways about going about protecting people's personal information without violating other people's rights. That's what I'm saying. So like, you know, if there's a concern about that, maybe you could create some type of privacy, like when I go into the Social Security Administration and I record in the public lobby, and you're saying, well, there's Social Security numbers in here. Well, how about, you know, you don't do business in the public lobby? How about you have a public lobby? When you design the building, this is a lobby where people wait. And then when their number gets called, you take them to another area that is actually space occupied by the tenant, right? That where you can't go, according to the DHS memo, you can record in the lobbies and the foyers, right? And the hallways. You can't record in the space occupied by the tenant. So instead of doing business in a lobby where it's clear a lobby, there's chairs, there's pamphlets there. I mean, that's a lobby, and you're choosing to do business in a lobby. And then you want to blame me. That's, again, a narcissistic trait. It's called blame shifting, where you're blaming me when you're the one that didn't design this building correctly, right? So there's easier ways to protect people's personal information rather than violating people's rights in order to do it.
Yep. Damn. So Dub what's it? What is it? Dubwubs. Yeah, I said it right. He took off. But that's cool. That's cool. He hung out. He said
he's mad.
You got a bunch of clowns. I'm out. All right, Dubs. Much love, brother.
Yeah, much love, dude.
No, Dubs is cool though, man. I checked out his channel. He does got some I give him a shout out for his music. Because like you were saying on your live the other night, the Tech 9 dude, I love rap music, man. 48 years old and I still love rap music like I was 16.
Yeah.
So,
well, I mean, it's our generation, dude. Like that's our
right.
shit. But Camellia, one of your members, said, who would film people dying in a car crash? Again, like that's kind of the stuff that trolls say to me. Like, when on this stream did I say that I was filming people dying in a car crash? Like, did I say that? I didn't say that. Like, I never said that. The call that I went to was the patient was walking around. Like, he wasn't on a stretcher. Like, I wouldn't do that. Like, if there was somebody that was, I can use discernment. If there's somebody that's like dying, like my friend, Police to Police 719 was like, there was a crazy shooting going on. Somebody got shot, right? And he was trying to help them, you know, waiting for the police to show up. And somebody asked him, well, did you record it? And he said, no, I didn't record it. Like, I'm there to help you. I'm not there to just, I got to get this footage. This is good footage. You know what I mean? Like, use discernment, dude. Like, yeah, if there's somebody like dying, like literally bleeding out, I'm not going to sit there and do that. That's just disrespectful. I don't, it's not cool. But I never said, Camellia, I know you're a member on Steve's channel, but I never said that. I never said that people should just film people dying in a car crash. So I don't know why you would say something like that.
Right. No, and yeah, that's true, because a lot of people say that too about just, I mean, think the way you want about Chili. Me personally, I don't like him personally, but what happened to him was wrong. But same thing, he seen a cop, had someone pulled over, and he got out to record it. And he was doing it to record for that person so that their rights wouldn't be violated. And then he did what he did a long time in jail for it.
He's still in jail.
Oh, is he still in jail? Okay, but yeah, it's wrong. Like, I personally don't care for the guy. I actually have a short from like 2 years ago.
Are you saying he took a video of someone dying?
No. He just took a video, but it's kind of relates to the same thing. He just took a video of someone that got pulled over and was filming to document what was happening. So if that person's rights got violated, it would be documented. And same thing.
He went to jail?
Yeah, he went. Yeah.
Well, he got charged with obstruction. He did 6 months in jail. And I'm the same boat, dude. Like, I can't stand Chili. And the reason I can't stand him is because, first of all, me and Josh, we were best friends at the time. And Chili just showed up to that audit. And the reason he showed up is because I had 3,500 people in my live stream and he happened to be in Denver. So he just showed up. Oh, cool. DM, he knew me and AFA were friends. He knew it. So why he would even show his face there is beyond me, but he did. And, you know, I'm not a super confrontational person, and I gave him the benefit of the doubt, and I was cool with him. And I even said at the end, I said, hey man, I appreciate you coming through. You know that AFA's, you know, he's my best friend, but you know, I appreciate you coming through, man. That was it. And I wasn't like telling him, get the F out of here, you know, blah, 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 you know, because I'm not like, AFA can fight his own battles, and I'm not trying to get involved in that stuff. And then I went and did a live stream that night about my arrest. And I simply said, hey, if you guys want to donate to help with attorney costs and for my arrest, donate directly to me and don't donate to Chili because he's not doing a fundraiser for me. That's all I said. And then like the next day I get a cease and desist letter from Chili. He's going to sue me for defamation because I said that he's trying to grift off me. Dude, I never said that. And then in another stream semi-recently, he's like, oh, DMA, you need to apologize to me. Like, dude, the guy is like, he's mentally not right. He's a textbook narcissist, dude. Maybe psychopath, right? He loves.
I was just about to say
involved in that shit because he wants attention, whether it's good or bad. He doesn't care. That's why he starts all that drama. And I'm like, dude, why would you first of all show up to my stream knowing that I'm friends with Josh, right? And now you're like, it's like he did it on purpose to just try to start. As soon as first thing he thought that he could start shit with DMA, he did it. Oh, you're trying to slander me and blah, blah, blah. And like, you know, like then he doxed my phone number. And I started getting phone calls like, dude. And then he's threatened to sue me because I'm a weird guy and I'm weird and all this stuff. I'm like, dude, how are you going to be an activist and you're trying to get other activist channels shut down, right? Like the guy is freaking mentally ill. But yeah, I will agree with the fact that what happened to him is not right. And I saw a James Freeman video where he said, dude, I actually despise Chili. I can't stand this guy. But what I have to say is like what happened to him wasn't right. And it wasn't right for him to get 6 months in jail for that. But I also think too, I mean, I agree with the way that the police officer in the courtroom was handling the situation. Yeah, he was being a freaking pig. He was. But dude, you have to learn how to pick your battles, man. Like you can't say, oh, you're a effing pig. You're a pig. You know what I mean? Like when the judge is right there about the sentence,
exactly.
You did that to yourself, man. Like you got to learn how to, you know, pick your battles, you know, how to know when to fold them. And he doesn't know how to do that. And he doesn't care because he just, you know.
Well, that's the thing. He doesn't care. And that's exactly like you said, narcissist, because when I first found his channel, I was like, oh, okay. And then the whole, you know, I'm a constitutional scholar.
Yeah.
And that's like, I learned real quick. Yeah, exactly, Dave. Exactly. But I learned real quick. I was like, dude, this guy is a narcissist big time, dude. But with that being said, and again, he was still done wrong. So like him, I hate him. Put it that way. I'll say it right now on a live stream. I do not like the guy at all. But what happened, like, and it's like Flex said when Flex Your Freedom was on, like he said, but you better fucking fight for his rights, because and that's exactly what it comes down to, because what happened to him was wrong. But yeah, he is a narcissistic asshole, in my opinion. And you know, and I know he fucked Josh over some too, you know.
Yeah, well, he did. And he tried to, but I mean, he didn't win. He lost that lawsuit. But I mean, he's
that guy's fucking so crazy. That guy's fucking. I'll sue you. I'll sue you. I'll sue you.
Well, then that's the thing too. He's like, because you know, remember when he started out, he was a constitutional law professor, right? I think people probably started calling him out on that because he's not a law professor. To be a law professor, you have to actually have a law degree, and then he changed it to I'm a law scholar, right?
Right.
Oh yeah, I mean. And he's admitted that, you know, I learn everything that I know just from Google. And that's true. That's with me too. And sometimes people will like email me and they'll message me on Facebook, on my DMA page or Instagram. And everyone wants advice from me. And it's like, they think that I'm an attorney and that like they need help with like their divorce or like, it's like, dude, I'm not an attorney, man. Like I'm not. I know a lot about the law for this in my state for the specific laws that I need to know about. I know about obstruction. I know about trespassing. I know about ID, things of this nature. I have these laws written down on my book that I carry with me, and I have a bunch of them that I can go through if I need to find them. But like as far as being like I didn't pass the bar, I'm not like saying I'm a law scholar or, you know, I think even Chili, he knows more about constitutional law than me. He really does a lot more. He's done a lot more research, but a lot of times, guys, you need to understand that us as auditors, I'm not a professional. Like I understand you want help, but I can't help you, man. I don't know stuff like that. You need to go talk to an attorney and ask them, because if you're getting advice from auditors, a lot of times auditors are wrong. I've been wrong and stuff. And I'm learning that as I go. And I'm learning that from talking to my attorney that I have. He's a constitutional civil rights attorney that files 1983s. That's what he does for a living. And he's telling me like, hey man, like, yeah, you know, this is the way it is. And it's not just this way that, you know, stuff that you learn from an auditor that you watch on YouTube, and it might work sometimes, but doesn't mean it's black and white and that it's always this way. And I'm learning this as I go. It's a learning experience. And again, it's a lesson. Life is a school, and I'm learning as I go. And if I'm learning from it, it's okay to make mistakes because I'm learning. So keep that in mind. And don't just think that, I need to reach out to the auditor that I like reach out to a real attorney, guys. I'm not probably, if you have something specific to maybe auditing, I'm not giving you legal advice because I'm not an attorney, but I can give you, I reach out to almost all of the emails that people give me. And like, I can give you my opinion, but like, if you're asking me stuff about your divorce or something like that, dude, I'm not an attorney, guys. I don't know.
Right. And you know, and that's so true. Man, that's so true. Cause when I first started getting into the 1A community, I was like, man, I'd love to do this, but when I'm in the moment and like my passion kicks in and everything, I'm just like, I can't say shit. So like, I think everything up here in my brain, but nothing comes out. So I'm like, dude, I'd end up in jail in a heartbeat. But then on top of that, it's like, how do I know that all these videos I watch, like that's actually how it works? And, you know, cause they're in a different state. They're in Massachusetts or they're in Michigan or they're in Florida. You know, I'm in Hawaii. It's like, I don't know how it works out here. I haven't researched any of that shit. I don't know what the actual laws are and what the actual rules are. So yeah, you can't just, yeah.
Yeah, and that's another thing too that you got to you know, keep in mind too, is I've seen auditors do stuff like they go to Canada and they talk about laws from the United States and it doesn't apply. It's not the same thing, or, you know, state to state, the obstruction law is different. And like a lot of people will say, like what Direct D says, obstruction is a physical act. And yeah, in Arizona, it's a physical act. This obstruction law in Arizona is almost verbatim the same as Colorado. You have to use physical violence, threaten to use physical violence, or an obstacle. But it's not that way. I've seen other states where it's not. It's literally you could just oppose an officer, and that's obstruction. Okay, so it's this. You gotta, if you want to start. One thing that if I could give anyone any advice that wants to pick up a camera and start doing this, and I didn't do this, and I learned the hard way, and I learned a lot from my subscribers. I learned a ton from my subscribers. There'd be times where I've been a live stream and like I didn't know the law. And like people in the live stream were looking it up and they put it in the chat and I'd say it and then I'd go home and look at it and I'm like, oh, cool. And we'll write that one down. But like, if you want to have a little bit up on it, know what you're doing and know the laws in your state, because it's not just, I have a First Amendment right and that's it. You know, I can record anything I can see in public. You got to know what it is in your state, because the obstruction law is different. The trespassing laws are different. So if you see your favorite auditor saying like Direct D, if he's your favorite auditor, obstruction is a physical act, it's not going to be that way. And it actually is physical act in most states. I would say, I think it's probably the same, but it's not every state. I've seen it in other states where it's not that way, or people reach out to me and I'm trying to help them. So just keep that in mind, guys. Don't just go off what your favorite auditor says. You got to do your due diligence.
Yep.
I'm thinking maybe like another 3-4 minutes and shut it down, or at least I got to bounce out.
Yeah. Oh, shoot. We're going on 4 hours. Holy shit.
Yeah, bro. I worked a 9-hour shift and I came
in
falling out and I can't find the coffee.
Cool. Well, let's do this. I want to give one quick shout out. I found this channel yesterday. I want to give one quick shout out to this dude, and then we'll do final thoughts and close it. But I found this channel yesterday and I messaged him, and this dude's cool as hell in his channel. He's got like just under 2,000 subscribers, and it's Jack from Town, I believe. Shit. Let me look real quick. Yep. Jack from Town. And dude, this guy is, so shout out to him. And I'm just going to play like 2 minutes of this, and then we're going to do.
This has been in the works for the past few months in my brain, but really only brought it to fruition 2 days ago. So to be here doing it is super sick. 5 years ago, if you told me I'd be sending Pylola channel unassisted, I wouldn't believe you. But foiling has come so far, and with the incredible.
So what these dudes did was what the hell? They rode these boards from, they took a plane from Oahu to Molokai, and then from Molokai they rode these boards on those way 27 miles to Maui, and then from Maui they rode those boards like, I forgot how many miles it was, to back to Oahu.
Those are flying.
So imagine going 27 miles on that and filming it the whole way.
What the hell is that?
That's what I'm saying. I don't know how that shit works. What
I've
the
seen
hell
these
is it? How does that
before.
work?
Yeah, I don't know how they work, but I've seen these before on the internet.
I've seen them too. I thought they were motorized and shit, but they're not.
They don't have a motor?
We
gotta look.
It works with like the water and the way the waves, like the waves are going in like the under whatever it's called, and that like in their fins, that dude, it's insane. It's crazy as hell. But 27 miles, dude. Like, what happens if you wiped out and something happened?
He doesn't even have a life vest on or nothing, dude.
Right.
Big old great white comes
Oh,
out.
see, that's what they do. They go up and down, they jump up and down, and like propels them. See how
Yep. Yeah, it gives them more. Yep. Gives them more momentum.
There's gotta be some sort of motor on that thing.
There's not. I could go back to the beginning and they show you when they put them together. Like,
what the crap?
Right here. They take those things off, and then they just put the fins. They're just fins.
Hey,
right
Mom.
there. That's it. Mom, Mom's in here. Aloha, Mom. Good night. Love you, Mom.
Yeah. I can't believe you're up this late. Make sure you eat. I love you.
But yeah, I just wanted to give them a shout out. That's dude, super cool. His channel name is Jack from Town, so check him out for sure. He's got 1.38 thousand subscribers, and dude, to do that, man, huge shout out, because wow, that's amazing to me. I don't know.
Yeah.
Dude, why is my mom up at 3 a.m. watching our podcast?
Because she misses you, David. She misses you, David.
She's the best.
Yeah, you got to call your mom every once in a while, man.
Did I go over there all the time?
Oh yeah,
Make
Dave's
dinner.
with Mom every day. And Mom is awesome too. Love you, Mom. But all right, so let's do final thoughts, man. And first, I want to say before final thoughts, thank you, DMA, for coming up, dude. This was awesome. Great show, great conversation. Everything.
Yeah, thanks for having me up, man. I had a good time.
So who wants to go first? Final thoughts. Final
All right.
thoughts.
All right, Dave.
Leave the chat.
All right, here's mine. This week, my wife's father lost his mom. We buried her on Saturday. On Saturday evening, her uncle got sick, and at 1:30 a.m. Sunday morning, he passed away.
Oh man.
So his words on Facebook were to make sure that you're in touch with people that you love, that you maybe haven't reached out in a while. Give them a call, stop by, check in on people, give them a hug, make them dinner. Just make sure you connect with those that you love, because you never know when you're not going to be able to. And that's all I got, because I'm tired and I need coffee.
No, you need to go to bed, bro, and go to sleep. Don't drink
Yeah.
Yes,
Get
sir.
some sleep.
Yeah, that's a good one, man, because people don't, here's the thing, is that people don't realize the value of a moment until it becomes a memory. So don't ever take things for granted. That's a good thing to say, Dave, because eventually it's going to become a memory, and then that's when you're going to appreciate it. So appreciate it while you have it. So again, always be in that present moment. So thanks guys for having me up here. I appreciate it. And I had a good time. And I'd love to come up another time too. And if you haven't heard of me yet, subscribe to my channel if you like activism and cop watching and stuff like that. Denver Metro Audits, and also my spiritual channel, Empirical Miracle. We also have a prank call channel, which is DM Pranks, and I have a bunch of videos coming out. We got we pranked. This is a public service. It's actually a hilarious one, so that's the most recent one. But and do you guys like balloons?
But, oh yeah, there you go. The hearts should pop up, or the balloon should pop up.
Sometimes that doesn't work.
Yeah, I've seen it before though. Yeah, I don't know.
Sometimes I do it, and then like thumbs up will be like, oh, see, the thumbs up works.
There you go. Yeah.
But the balloons ain't working. So, but yeah, that's all I got, man. Thanks for having me up, bro. Had a good time.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, and thank you. And dude, you are welcome anytime. Anytime you want to come back up, absolutely.
Right on, dude. And you got my number now, so you can just hit me up, text me, dude.
Yep, absolutely, man. And I'm gonna leave with what I always say is doesn't matter if you have different beliefs, but at the end of the day, you'd be surprised how much you actually have in common. So don't let the little stuff divide you, because we're stronger being together than we are being divided. And with that being said, have a beautiful morning, beautiful day, beautiful afternoon, a beautiful evening, a beautiful night, whatever it may be. Much love, much aloha, and most importantly, God bless. Oh my God, dude.
I'm done. Oh, I'm sorry. I just died. I can't breathe. Steve, I swear to you, I haven't laughed that hard in like 10 years.
How's everybody doing now?
Oh,
Armageddon.
No.
Armageddon. This is gonna be rough.
You were born in America, you're an American.
That's that. Just right after high school, ended up joining the Army.
You guys seem way more chill than that intro. I'm ready to take your fucking country back. I don't even live there.
Dude, we should get a boxing match going.
Smack the shit out.
That sounded wrong. I have to highlight that one. Oh my Lord.
Stay the hell out of the left lane if you're not passing.
You're so salty about this driver.
You don't have to have a massive channel to make an impact, you know?
I've learned a very important lesson.
Fuck, do I drop the wheelchair jokes? He's like, just fuck them.
You know, that's what the whole freedom of speech is.
That's a good point.
Then this old lady walks in with like a walker, and I look at him and he goes, oh yeah, you're fucked.
You don't have to agree with it. Absolutely not. But you best defend their right to do it.
Again.
This is a little horny bastard. He ruined it for everybody.
I bet he wanted to knock him out.
I don't like certain individuals. It's never because of their race, identity, religion, or
teach these government nerds that all swear an oath to it what our freedoms are, because they're so lazy they don't care.
I had a fun night. I haven't laughed that hard in a long time.
You know, don't live on the past or take the present for granted and only think about the future.
People are wearing blinders. They don't understand what.
Never attack or insult the other side of the debate.
I'm not going to apologize for that.
You were calling him an idiot.
I'm really disappointed in you.
Something that you just didn't agree on.
I had all my money on you tonight.
I'm guilty of inciting my constitutional right.
You know, if they don't like it, then they don't have to be there. Love y'all. See y'all on the next one.
You know, you're never gonna please everyone.
I don't think that God sees different races at all.
Much love to y'all. Stay prayed up, man. God is good. Love each other and be kind.
Much love, much aloha, and most importantly, God bless.